lists many different things about vampires, some of their abilities, some of their history, and most importantly, some of the things that they can transform into, being things like bats and, more importantly, wolves. Much like the wolf that the party saw downstairs before they all retired to their rooms. In a panic, Rayfield bursts out of his doorway, yelling for Chef to come downstairs. The two of them go down there and meet Irene and Calm, who are now all standing around. The only wolf like creature down there is the house dog, Beryl, who Irene quickly attends to. He passes out the note amongst them, telling them what he heard. Irina eventually comes up, shortly followed by Oksana. Um, some people, it's a bit of a split camp. Some people do believe what he's saying as far as Irina and Oksana goes. Irina specifically thinks that the exhaustion might be getting to them, and whatever it is that they saw, either it was Beryl himself or it was just a hallucination. Bottom of the barrel being all of them needed to get some sleep. So they decide to shelve the matter for the time being, but with for a more sense of security, instead of all retiring to their rooms, Chef decides to sleep outside the burgomaster's room, and Rayfield decides to sleep outside of all the girls' rooms with Oksana and Calm spending the night together. I say spend the night, but it was really, I believe, about midday that this was all happening. The group gets their rest and wakes up to start to prepare for the night's fight. They all go back to their rooms, they all get ready, recollect themselves, take a moment, um, and yeah, just get ready to go. As they go to collect themselves, Mr. Ismark presents himself again, having not been able to find the young girl in the woods. He looks quite exhausted, but at the same time quite determined to see the night through and keep the village safe. We collect our fire bottles and head out to our area of defense of the village. I believe he said it was one of the less populated or one of the less like strongly needed for defense areas. But nonetheless, we would be spending that defense with Bildrath and his son. I believe it was his son, Periwimple. Um, we arrive there as the party goes towards their destination. Rayfield and Chef have a bit of a chat. Rayfield, having never encountered the undead before, is really just starts asking for some information, what to expect from the coming night. Um, doesn't really get what he's looking for in regards to reassurance or information in that regard. It's just a bit of a ball of nerves. They get to the barricade. They are making plans. Bildrath is talking to them. They split up the firewater, and the night descends. Some time passes, and out of the fog, zombies, ghouls, I believe, was there a Geist in there? Plague spreaders, all manner of undead creatures start to file towards the barricade, solely intent on making their way into the village, to the point where even some of them, when faced with either Calm or Chef on the front lines as they go over the barricade, some of them stay to fight, usually the ones that are attacked by them. But those that aren't attacked seem to just go straight for the barricade, not caring for life or limb for themselves as they attempt to tear into the city. Besides the small zombies, there However, besides the small undead, there's more powerful undead creatures with bows, and as well as the plague spreaders who have been almost like throwing up their gases and popping into this foul miasma, and really taking the party as they are and making them either save or start to get very dizzy and just overall feeling very unwell. Thankfully, Rayfield and I believe Calm and I think everyone actually manages the second save. Everyone that needs to manages the second save on the monsters. As the battle goes on, towards the beginning, Chef takes the initiative and charges not only past the barricade but far into the clearing. It turns out to be too much for him, much too quickly, and he ends up falling in battle. Not dead, but things are not looking good for him. Thankfully, with a well timed spell from Irene across the battlefield up on the ramparts, he is able to come up for a second and get a little bit more life in him, only to once again be put back in the dirt by one of the undead. Um, she quickly becomes busy with having to, she and Oksana become busy trying to pick off as many of the zombies that are on the barricade as possible. Chef is in trouble, but the real trouble will begin if they let the zombies get through. At the same time, Calm, a little bit back from Chef's position, is holding the line right in front of the barricade, taking some injuries. Rayfield and Bildrath are making use of the fire bottles that were given to them, throwing them upon the zombies, setting them on fire. What Rayfield really needs to do is get down there, but he really seems hesitant for some reason. He's quite scared. Um, but eventually, seeing the way things are turning, seeing Chef, lying in the dirt, his fate undecided or perhaps unknown, and Calm, not only with arrows stuck in her, but being overwhelmed by the masses of the undead, he finally steels himself and he hops down there, picking off some of the zombies that were on Calm before giving her some healing and running over to Chef and just barely managing to squeeze out some extra healing to get him back on his feet. With that rally, um, everybody sort of descends on the last of the undead and ends up picking them off. Before he had hopped down, though, Rayfield had told Periwimple, over the orders of his own father Bildrath, to go get them help. Before he hopped down, things looked very dire, before quickly turning in their favor, but it was too late. Periwimple had already run off for help, and just as the fight was ending, Periwimple comes back with a few of the soldiers from the village who helped them pick off the last of the monsters. The soldiers arrive, and instead of bringing good news, it's sort of out of the frying pan and into the fire. The fight here was successful, but they bring news of Ismark having been grievously injured, desperately needing help, and despite all of this, still telling the few that were left to defend with him to go and help the
Medium.
party. And so, and so the party goes, having taken their objective for the time, goes and runs to find Ismark, finding him bloodied, wounded, missing an arm, barely standing on his feet, just almost the life slipping through his fingers as he stares down a zombie plague spreader, one of the more cruel monsters that they had had to face at their side of the defense.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please take that inspiration. Very good. I really like
I
the
will.
introduction about just talking about a little bit about the combat. That was awesome. Everyone had moments, and I appreciated all of them. So, here we are. Is it first off, based on the recap, is there anything else anyone wanted to add? Anyone wanted me to maybe
Oh,
correct or
sorry. I did mean to speak on, so I got carried away with the combat. I did mean to speak on what happened to Oksana in her room. The reason that she did not immediately come down at the calling of Rayfield, and as Rayfield and Chef went down the stairs, is because stood in the corner of her room was perhaps that same wolf that they had seen downstairs. And along with that wolf, stood in another corner was I don't know if perhaps ghostly would be the correct word, a dark hand holding out her missing necklace for her and speaking as if it had been watching her and perhaps even watching over her recently. And as Oksana came downstairs, despite the conversation containing the wolf, she did not mention it to the party for reasons all her own.
yeah? Okay. Anyone want to add anything or clarify something?
I want to say that Oksana and Com shared a room.
Beautiful, beautiful moment.
Not
I think I said
spent
that.
the night together because those are two different things.
Mm, I see.
Well, semantics. Also, I believe that Periwinkle was his nephew.
This is correct. All right.
He was
So
very
Doldroff
confident.
could possibly, canonically, never have had sex.
All right.
So he could be single.
This is
So,
true. This is true.
Ladies.
We got Ismark here. We got a situation.
Some of them.
You guys love situations. Yeah, I'm sure his arm's somewhere around here. So, so here, the battle map. There are several blockades here that were, makeshift and all. A lot of them are crumbled. Any like wooden area here with all of the stuff, any of that is going to be obviously be difficult terrain. This won't be. Any of these squares won't be. But like this would be, for example, right? And I think that it's fair to say that you just try to avoid that as much as you can. For whatever reason, if there happens to be something that's ranged and you want to get behind one of these barricades here, then you could, and then you would be giving yourself three quarters cover. Okay.
Sounds
But
good.
beyond that, these houses and all this stuff, obviously at their peak, they're very tall. Probably easily like at least 45 feet in height, They're slanted and they're slippery, so that'll be difficult terrain for the most part in these zones. But yeah, this area here goes into a dead end with a bunch of like burned bodies, like a pyre that's in here. That's just burning bodies. And so there you go. There's that. So pretty much kind of like don't go in there. And yeah, so we have Ismark. Ismark is 20 feet away from the zombie plague spreader, and you see that the plague spreader does have it is foaming at the mouth, right? Similar as before. And so yeah, and so it's on a crash course. This barricade is down. This thing is ready to walk through already. So this little barricade here, it's just completely down for it, so it can walk through unimpeded. All right, wonderful.
Let's go.
Let's do our favorite little game. It's called Initiative.
Chef got a 16.
Rayfield with a 7.
I got a 24.
And a
Irene with
14.
a 20.
Okay.
And Colin with a 14.
Huh. How come I can't give Chef any... I think something funky happened.
What's Chef getting? What's his prize?
Are you up? Do you have 1 health at least?
I have 10.
Okay. Huh. What did Oksana get?
I had 24.
Okay, cool. I got -1 over here. Alright, so this is fucked. Let me reset this. Everyone remember your things really quick. I need to make an edit and save it again. That's super embarrassing. I had number log on. Alright, let's do it. Okay, can I get Irene's again?
Classic number.
That's a 20.
That was a 20? Was that a nat 20?
No, dirty 20, sorry.
Okay. Chef had a 16, you said?
Yes, sir.
Alright, Rayfield?
7.
So, Calm?
14.
And then Oksana with 24, right?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Alright. So I'm gonna queue everybody up right now. Just see who's up, who's going up. We have Oksana and Irene. So Oksana, you go first, obviously. Irene, you'll be next up. Yeah. Have fun.
Actually, sorry. Is it too late, or could I use my inspiration to re-roll my initiative?
Yeah. Yep. All good.
I'm gonna do it for a 19.
All right. Okay. Oksana and then
Way
Irene.
better than a 7.
Way better than 7.
Cool. I am gonna run forward. Can I... So with Quicken Spell, it costs 2 sorcery points to quicken a spell. Can I quicken a cantrip with one of them, or would that take 2 points as well?
I think that would take 2 points as well, right? It's just any time
Okay,
they were doing
that's
a
fair.
spell, that's an action. But now you're being able to do
Yeah.
bonus.
Fair.
Sorry.
I will hold my Cure Wounds as an action then. And so whenever I can get my hands on his mark, hopefully. And just yell out to him, "Run, please, my lord!"
Into her arms.
Cool. What?
I didn't say that part.
But if he wants to.
You say
I
that,
mean, her
but
arms are
looking at
closer.
him, I'm gonna give this to you. Looking at him, you know he's not gonna run.
Yeah, I figured. Well, that's all I can do. I'm just gonna hold that Cure Wounds.
Thank you. Irene. Next
Okay,
up is Rayfield.
so I am going to go forward just a little bit here. Pretty much like right next to Oksana. And then I'm going to use Healing Word. I'm going to cast Healing Word on Ismark.
Awesome. So roll a d20. Remember, roll a regular old schmegular d20, and tell me if you get a nat 20. And if you do, he gets full heal.
Yes, sir. Okay. That's a 15.
Okay, for sure. So what did we roll to heal?
We rolled a 4.
All right. Healing. Oh. Got rid of almost all myself. There we go. All right, awesome. Anything else?
I think that is going to do it for me. I'm gonna end my turn.
Awesome. All right, it'll be Rayfield. Chef, you'll be next.
Yeah, so if I understood right, I'm going to bonus action, cunning action dash, main action dash to give myself 120 feet, and that will give me 55, 60 to get right here. And I know you said he wouldn't go, but Rayfield is gonna come up to him and just try to grab his remaining arm and try to pull him back with a, "My lord, please. It's not worth your life. There's so many people here that need you."
And within the 6 seconds of your turn and all that stuff, what he's able to mutter out to you, as you grab a hold of him, he'll say, "If it gets to the town center, they're all dead."
"My lord, we're here."
And you'll see he's bleeding out. You're maybe grabbing at his right arm. It's the only one that has obviously his arm.
That's that's air. That's
Yeah.
there.
And,
Yeah, so
and he'll look back at you and says, "Take care of the townspeople."
Lord Ismark. And
And so from that, you'll know he'll be an unwilling creature.
I have to try. I mean, I have to. I'm gonna try and grapple him.
Absolutely.
Do you have an action?
Oh wait.
Oh, you have the cunning
You'd be
action,
able to
wait,
get
alright.
there, I think, with just your cunning action and your movement.
Oh wait. No. Yasmin is right because I can get here with my cunning action and my movement, but I would need the double dash to bring him back.
Mm.
So yeah, if he's unwilling, then yeah, Yasmin's right. I can't bring him. So in that case, he's gonna do what he does best. Frostbite potion, baby.
Awesome.
Here it comes.
Right on the zombie plague spreader. Con of 12, please. Judo.
Oh, it is a 12. Meets it, beats it.
Oh shit.
Maybe it'll attack Rayfield instead now.
Yeah. And if Ismark won't let me pull him back, maybe he'll let me just pull. Maybe he'll let Rayfield just pull him behind him.
I think he would
Just
be.
enough.
I think he would be an unwilling creature right now. He's not going to go behind you. If anything, he'll be at your side.
Oh, sorry.
Then yeah, there's nothing else I can do. I needed him to be willing to make that work.
Yeah, sorry. You're looking at a very determined person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then that's it.
Okay. Right on. All right. So Chef, and then Calm, you're next.
Chef is gonna noom with all 60 of his movement speed. On his next turn, I think he's gonna grapple him and drag him like a child in a shopping center away from that zombie.
Awesome. Calm, you're up next.
Well, I'm gonna use feline agility, so I keep all of my actions. So I got 60 movement speed, so okay. I measured this out, so I think she can make it. Hold on, I have to. Okay, no, okay. So, she sees Ismark's unwillingness. And instead of trying to drag him back, she points her hand towards the plague spreader. Cast Hold Person. Wisdom. Wisdom save of 13.
So, a hold person technically doesn't work on like these weird creatures. It would have to be let's see, hold on, let's see. Let me check and let me make sure I'm not talking shit.
Oh, does it
But
not work on?
I'm so
undead?
sure there's like hold monsters. So let me just confirm really quick.
I thought it's a humanoid, no? I mean, I guess it's undead.
That's what I'm saying. There's like something weird there. So if you don't mind, just let me check that out really quick. Because it does make sense. It's humanoid. It looks human, right? Humanoid.
Mhm.
Let's see. Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's one of those things why undead are certain types of creatures where it's just they're immune to that. They're immune to charm and stuff like that. So you can't like
that
make
makes
them
sense.
do
Where you say, well, there goes plan
I
A.
just wanted to let you know that. I want to let you know that before you did it. before you pulled it out.
I just looked it up. Even Hold Monster doesn't work on undead. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
no,
crazy.
They're
Anyway.
they're like nuts creatures apparently for that. So
Damn.
like we'll say if you put your hand up or whatever to cast a spell or however you would be casting the spell, you would feel like this sense of futility come from your patron.
It just holds it back. Okay then. And then this is a bad idea.
Hell no.
This
it's
is a
not.
bad idea.
It's not.
She's gonna dash. Is this? Hold on. Is this difficult terrain right here?
No, I think that's like on the lighter side. I'd count this difficult terrain first before this. So yeah, you can break through it.
Okey-dokes. Yep, she is dashing around everybody and putting herself front of the plague spreader.
Oh,
FB, she has.
very cool, very cool. Making your dash through, like while you were going there, you almost feel like this like burning sensation in your hand, like maybe you're gripping your sword, too tight. And you make your way around, you whip around, and you know that usually, that's as far as you can get is within 6 seconds is to get there. And as you get there, it's almost you feel an urge to kill, and you get to make one attack action as your hand almost glows a good amber yellow, a good like amber color, and it almost incites you to attack. Chef and
I mean,
Rayfield
make an attack.
and Ismark. Yeah, you see that. Chef, Rayfield, and Ismark, you almost see this like yellow amber light pulsate off of Calm as she makes this attack. Oksana and Aaron as well.
Crit this motherfucker.
15.
On a 15, a 15 does hit.
I just high rolled 15 damage.
Wonderful.
There's 2 6s and a 3. That's
You feel that heat from
There's
your
down
hand
it.
dissipate, and almost like that glow kind of wash over you. Anything else?
And that is where she ends her turn.
Wonderful. Awesome. Perfect. The plague spreader, you're in front of it. You're stopping its way through. It is going to attack at you. That is a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, cool. I'm going to roll damage now. That is 8 bludgeoning damage and 5 necrotic damage
Okay.
for the first attack.
Yep.
The next was the 23.
Question, Bruto.
What's up?
So the language for this is weird. So Cloudrun states when you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, I can use my reaction to choose someone else other than an attacker within 30 feet of me. So that's the second part is limited by people around me, but the first part isn't. So could I, by technicality, direct that hit towards Chef instead?
No.
I don't think it makes you. Well, that's a good question to ask. Though, 'cause that is interesting. But I don't think that makes that creature move, because I feel like it would state that creature would move any, would use
Yeah,
that as
how
its movement
how would
to
it be
attack.
hitting you?
Right.
No, and
It
that's a
doesn't.
and that's a beautiful question. That's a beautiful question, because that is the wording, the verbiage is a little funny, but I get that. So we're gonna say no, because I feel like so you can see within 30 feet of you, because imagine if it was like 30 feet around you, right, and it could attack you from that range, and there was something next to it that it could also attack. Do you get what I'm putting down?
Yeah, that's what I was assuming they were trying to say. It's just the wording on this was really fucking weird. It made it sound like
Yeah.
like I could direct that attack to
actually,
Rayfield even though like he's
I
nowhere
think
near.
you can. Looking at
Can
it,
I?
the full description, this magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of the attack's range.
Oh.
Whoa. So.
Okay,
Oh. That. Hold on. So that like makes the actual damage.
The
portion
damage
get
yeah, it hits.
Oh, it's
it
like
moves.
Yeah, okay. Here I am, forgetting Dungeons and
That's
Dragons.
what I
has
was
magic.
thinking it was,
sounds
but I was like, I
cool.
didn't see the verbiage.
That didn't make in my head. I was like, he got to be in front of you to hit, but we're in a magic world where magic things happen. So that sounds cool. So Chef, you want to do that? Let's do that.
Yeah, so Chef is going to see this absolute monster of a blow about to hit Calm. He focuses his giant magic towards the zombie plague spreader before he transfers the energy of that blow to him. He says, "Good luck, my friend. Take him down." And Chef goes down.
Wonderful. Very fucking cool. Thank you. Very cool.
So that
That was
I'm just gonna say
yeah,
that.
8 bludgeoning and then 5 whatever, but 8 bludgeoning, 5 necrotic. So you'll go down. And then the other attack is going to go at you. Again, Calm. It's a 23 to hit.
Yes, there.
That is 4 bludgeoning and 8 necrotic.
Oof.
Alright. She's bloodied. She takes that slam and it kind of weakens her. Her stance weakens. She's swaying on her legs.
Wonderful. Ismark is going to use a move called Tactical Retreat, where he can bark an order at a player that he can see within 30 feet, and have them move up to their movement speed without imposing a whatchamacallit attack.
An opportunity
An
attack.
opportunity attack. And he's going to bark that at Calm.
Oh, do I have to move or just away from the...
You can move wherever you want, up to your movement speed, and it's just your base movement speed.
And
Does she have to move? Is this like a command type thing?
No, it can move.
Okay, I see.
she is walking back and
Yeah, you hear Ismark say, "Come back! Surround me! Cover my weak spots!" And would you end right there, Calm?
yes, she would
Okay.
move right back and cover Ismark's front here.
He is going to step ahead here. Move ahead of Rayfield. And he is going to move up. And then you're gonna see, he obviously squeezed right by you without having another arm. He goes over to the front, and then you see him wield his blade, like he flips his blade, and he gets in a defensive stance, and he is going to dodge. And in dodge, for you guys don't know, imposes disadvantage on any creature that would hit it. Oksana, you're up.
You
I
motherfucker.
cannot believe you just did
You fucker.
What did I do?
You
Come
moved
on
him out
back
of
this time.
touchable range.
I'm sorry, that's so him, though. I'm so sorry. That's so him, though. That's not me.
that. That's him there.
Okay.
This man is about to get fucking thrown.
I'm about to try to drag him back again.
Move me.
Okay. Where do you want me to move you?
Not you.
Okay.
Yeah, further for free, thanks.
Rayfield doesn't know Oksana has heals, unfortunately.
Still.
All right. Anything
So-
else? Do you want to
Okay, so that's my 30 feet. I'll turn to Chef.
Mhm.
Chef, I can help, but I need to be up there.
Chef's dead.
My boy is down.
God damn it!
You're poking him with a stick.
Ah!
Oksana just fucking taps his shoulder and he just lets out a fart.
Broke it up. What are you
For
doing?
fuck's sake!
Where are you sleeping on the job, bro?
He's been sleeping on the job all
I
day.
hate it here.
Why are we paying this guy?
Oh,
Rayfield, I can help. Help.
no.
anything else from you?
I'm gonna hold my action again.
Is he stabilized?
No.
It'll be fine.
He's fine.
Jesus Christ, all of you.
He'll be fine.
Irene,
He's
the goat.
Chef.
Literally the goat. What do?
Okay, so I'm going to move up To
That'll be difficult terrain.
where should okay, gonna go this way. Thank you so much.
Chef will be difficult terrain.
Okay, yeah, I don't need to get right up there. I just want to get a little closer. And I would like to cast Ray of Frost on Zombie Plague Spreader.
Okay.
That's an 18 to hit.
So awesome. Ray of Frost is a line attack,
Yeah.
or is it just a point you can see?
Let me see. Hold on.
Because I'm gonna get freaky with
make a
our line
range.
of sights here, because you technically have two people in front of you.
Okay. A frigid beam of blue-white light streaks toward a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target.
Alright, there's a
On a hit,
little
it's
DM
What
one
if she
right.
stands on top of Chef's corpse?
There's a little DM in my brain who says that's not right. So can you move an angle? Can you move off an angle?
What do you mean?
Like, could you move here? Do you have 5 feet to move here?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So like
That
right
makes
right
it-
here
that
is
makes
what you're
it-
saying? Or?
Yeah, that just makes it easier for my brain. My brain says okay.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell Rayfield to duck. Just
Beautiful.
Rayfield duck, and then
Chris, you're quack.
And
Rayfield,
then-
Rayfield's gonna duck.
and then I'm gonna cast
well,
Ray of
that's not what
Frost
I
for 7 damage.
For 7 damage. Awesome.
For
Does
7
that do anything
damage.
else?
Its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Okay. Alright. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright. And so we are going back to the... Hold on, where the hell I put it? So that'll be Rayfield is next.
Yeah, Rayfield is listen, God help me if this guy's strength is stronger than an 8.
It is? Question mark?
Yeah, it might be. It might be. Rayfield is going to cunning action dash. He is going to take his 10 feet here, and he is once again going to grab Ismark with a little bit more force this time, and is just going to say to him, "My lord, please, we have people for this. You need help. Your arm. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer asking." And he's gonna grapple him if he does not come along this time.
Yeah, he will refuse it. So let's do a grapple, and he's gonna fight it with disadvantage.
That's
I
a
wonder
3.
why.
I don't suppose anyone has inspiration.
That's so awesome.
If only
Oh
you're fighting
my
against someone with
God.
also 8 strength.
Okay, I'm gonna be so for real with you. Why did you make Rayfield do that? Palm is right there.
No,
Because
it's
she's
beautiful.
busy.
It's beautiful. I love that Rayfield did that. Thank you so much.
Nah. We could have
Yeah,
had two
Beautiful.
He has to
Flight.
try. He has to try.
Alright. Yeah, let's see what happens.
So-
So it's no surprise he'll be using strength. And with disadvantage, he beats you.
You can't
Is
drag a
smart.
one-armed man.
Ismark, you motherfucker. Yeah, Rayfield is
He'll
going
shake you
to...
off. He'll shake you off and say, I'm all that this village has. And then he'll look back and he'll say, we're all that this village has. And look forward.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, action, bonus action, movement. I guess I have more movement, so... Fucking, it's a plague spreader though. Fuck it! Whatever, here we go. He's gonna... If he can't get him back there, he will help him with the job. He'll pull his sword and get ready for the plague spreader.
Alright.
If Chef was awake, he'd be so proud.
Chef, let's roll. Keep
Yes,
trying to
sir.
remember to do this one privately. And honestly, you can leave all your rolls private. Just tell me the truth. Alright, cool. Thank
Oh,
you.
in that case, I actually strength check.
There is not a bone in my body that would lie ever.
I believe you guys. I believe you guys. But just so this way you don't have to, worry about flipping it back and forth for public. I'm sure nobody else is G checking you. All right. Thank you for that one. Calm. You're up.
Mom is a little less than happy with the situation currently. Gonna. Yeah, she has the movement. She's just gonna walk up. She's casting Arm of Agathis on herself. So she's gonna get 10 extra health. That is her action. And that's it. She has no bonus actions, so.
All right. You are in front of this plague spreader. It is going to strike at you. That is a 9 to hit
And it does not hit.
and a nat 20 to hit.
Uh-oh.
Final answer from everyone. All right.
Hmm?
Nothing. I'm just.
Nobody has inspiration.
No.
All right. Cool. Wonderful. And by the way, when I say cool and wonderful and stuff like that, guys, again, I'm not actually happy that I'm critting her. Okay. Like it's just.
Tubular.
I have mannerisms. You guys know that.
I
Um,
I love it.
Okay, so that'll be. Jesus.
Well, yeah, okay, huh?
Now.
Hold on, doing extra math in my head. Okay.
This guy has the potential to kill her outright, by the way.
Let's see. So that is.
How do you say roll up a new character in Abyssal?
So that is a 25 off the rip to down you. It was more than your max health, but I got it. Let me confirm this.
21, yep. Yes, hello? Huh?
Yeah, so it was 25 and then it was a 15. So it was 25 and 15. So 25 was just the basic of what could hit you. 15 was what was rolled and added to that. So I have to check to see if that automatically fails you twice. Which I think it does. Or automatically fails you for 2.
I think so. I kind of forgot how that rule works.
And I want to.
I also have.
And I'm gonna make sure that I don't do it to you if I don't have to, right? Obviously.
I do have that 10 temporary health. So I had 19 currently instead of 9.
It does work off of but you are right to think of it does work off of your max health.
Yes. So yeah, I have 21 max health. So that did.
How much health
I think,
did you have, though?
9, like actual health and 10 temporary health. That's what I'm saying.
You might be. I don't think you're dead, because it has to do your max health
Not
like
dead.
past 0.
Not dead.
Yeah.
I was thinking, but I think it does do 2 fails.
How many? What's the threshold for that?
Because it has to it just has to down you with over your max health. So.
And it does
25
2?
It did 35 damage, or it did 25 plus 15, so it did 40 damage, and it. Oh no, it just does it the one. You take an auto fail
Okay, that's
on the first one. That's it.
Okay.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. You take an auto fail on the first one. So that's it. And then remember, I'm gonna roll the second one for you. Okay.
Okay.
So you're down with.
It
one
does
fail
take
so far.
10 cold damage.
Ooh, hey, we take it where we can get it. We take it where we can get it. That's awesome. Thank you. 10 cold damage. Enjoy. All right.
And she's down.
So you're down. Go ahead and just put a fail there, and then when your turn comes around, I'll roll, and then that's it. I'll just know what it is, and then the next one you'll roll. All right. Okay, so that was the second attack of it. It is going to move forward. Move forward. And
You're stepping on her, bro.
standing on top of her is crazy business.
It's gonna take an opportunity attack, no?
If it tries to move past you,
Can it stand on top of me?
I'm thinking it can stand on top of you. And when you get up, you'll exit out on either this side or this side.
Okay.
That plague spray is just straight up disrespectful.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. It'll end its turn there. And then we're going to have our boy do his thing. So he can't take the attacks. He is going to use his. Oh my God. He is going to give Rayfield leadership, and he'll say, and leadership is he is going to allow you to add a D8 to your roll, whether it's an attack roll or a saving throw, Rayfield. So you just get to roll a D8, and add it to whatever your next roll is going to be. Oh, and he gets to do this for 1 minute, so he's gonna do it right now. For 1 minute.
So I get it
Special command. So you
plus
get it on your-
8.
you'll get a D8, 1 D8 that you
Oh,
can add
D8,
to
yeah.
a roll, to whatever roll you make.
And this lasts
Um,
for a minute.
And it lasts for a minute, and on his turn he can change who it goes to each time.
I see.
Perfect. It'll
Okay.
end if he's incapacitated, and only one creature can benefit at a time.
Okay.
Wonderful. So then he'll, in doing so, he'll tell you, "I'll take the attacks, and you get it where you can, or get calm out of here," and he'll just go back to dodging. Okay, Oksana, it's your turn.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Razor.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, as the plague spreader steps up, she's looked sort of invincible up to this point, even going back to the manor. So seeing her drop almost like inhumanly, like all the strength leaving her, is just gonna leave him reeling. And he's gonna hear what Ismark is saying, but it's almost gonna. Ismark's gonna say the words, and then like 5 seconds later, it's gonna hit Rayfield.
Okay, Sana, you are up.
Okay.
Now Oksana has a choice.
I have 3 choices,
Many choices.
and I hate all of them. None of them are a good choice that I'd like to make. I am going to use my Cure Wounds on Calm. see. It's not a nat 20, so normal damage.
Go ahead and roll your bad self. Either here or here.
Yeah,
Or here. You
that
can roll out
is
either open space.
7 hit points.
Awesome.
7.
Calm, you will be prone though,
Like-
but
You're not dead.
but you're not dead, which is beautiful.
I will be spilling out though, won't I?
You said what?
Because I don't think we can occupy the same space. Me and this Blake Spider.
Yeah. Oh, am I muted? Oh no. Yeah, no. You're going to either be here or be here or be here. This is still up.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, but
He's
you are
spilling out.
prone. But you are prone. Looks like you're crawling out. Yeah. Thank you. Perfect.
I looked away for a second and I saw a plague spreader to Rayfield's like bottom left. I thought there was another one. I could not believe my fucking eyes. Could not believe what I was seeing. That was terrified me.
That's not very many. Okay. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Awesome.
So now I'm up here.
Okay. Irene,
Population's all good.
it's your turn.
Okay. So, I'm going to move to just about here. So I'm kind of in the middle of everyone, and Irene is going to look around her and at her fallen comrades and to Ismark, and she sees how dire the situation is, and so she's going to clutch her amulet that she has around her neck, and she's going to say a silent prayer, and she's going to say, "Just everyone hold on," and she's going to cast Twilight Sanctuary as her channel divinity. And so a sphere of light is going to emanate from her. It has a 30-foot radius, and it will grant a 1d6 plus 3 temporary hit points to anyone in the sphere.
Fucking nice.
So does that bring me up or
On the end of your turn.
cool?
Right? Is that how it's stated on it? Whenever it ends its turn in this field. So yeah. Irene will choose what the effect is on the person on the end of their
Okay.
turn. Wonderful. Yay! Anything else? So that was an action or a bonus action?
That's an action, so
Okay.
that is going to do it for Irene.
Okay. Wonderful. All right, and so at the end of your turn, I believe you get to benefit from that. So
Sweet.
oh, is that temporary health? Am I tripping? Sorry, it is temporary health. I just read it right now. Sorry. Yeah, no. Apparently, temporary health does not get you up. Temp health does not.
Damn.
Real health does. Real deal health. Sorry. All right. Let's see who's next. That'll be Rayfield.
I need this motherfucker to do something.
It's flanked. Quit.
This guy's been slacking. Does the D8 count towards ability checks as well by chance?
It states here for me that it's for attacks and saving throws only.
I almost want to use it against him just to get him out of here. If it let me use it, if it let me use the D8 on the strength, but no. Now that everyone's here, Calm's back up. He's gonna, seeing what he saw, he is gonna feel some type of way about this plague spreader. So, yeah, he's just gonna go in for the tried and true here, rapier attack with the +4. Okay, Okay, not great. Rolling a d8 alongside it. That is going to be a 13 to hit.
Alright. 13 to hit. Yeah, that hits.
Alright.
It's flanked, right? I just want to X. Currently, we get the one advantage I think they said.
Sorry, I was putting my
That's
glasses.
flanking.
Let's see. Yeah, Rayfield is flanked with Calm, yeah, so you get a advantage.
Oh, yeah. Then I'll roll it up again.
Yep.
Ooh,
Just in
and
case
then,
you get a crit.
and then Calm would be able to get one too.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So that was a 15. So would that mean that I did not have to use the d8? Would I be able to retroactively, like, not, or like get to keep it?
You do every round.
Yeah, you'd be able to do it every round because you can choose who has
Oh, yes.
it on his
Yep,
turn.
you're right. Okay. Then rolling damage. That's going to be 7 plus sneak attack for a total of 12.
12 damage. Awesome.
Yep, and I believe, is it Calm next in the turn order?
Mm-hmm. No, it's Chef.
Then he is.
It's Calm. People who can do things, yeah.
Okay.
No
yeah,
offense. Modal.
Rayfield is going to give his bonus action help to Calm to fuck up this plague spreader.
Twilight Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes. Does Rayfield get the temp right now, or like on his turn?
At the end of
End
your
of his turn.
If you end your turn in the light.
Yeah. So how much is that?
So, Irene needs to roll, right? It's a 1d8.
Yes.
Or 1d6, right? Or am I tripping? I don't know what yours is.
1d6 plus character level.
So that'd be 2 1d8, right? 1d6 plus 2. 1d6 plus 2. There you go.
3.
1d6 plus 3. I got it. Alright.
That's 8.
Yay!
I will take that to the bank.
8 temp health.
I think
You guys are roided.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then that will be the end of his turn.
Awesome. Wonderful. Chef's roll. I'm gonna roll that now. All right. No, chef's roll. I'm gonna roll that. So that's my roll.
Oh, my bad.
You're fine. No worries. If you can know how to remove that, you can remove that, just so we're in the clear. All right. Calm. You're up.
I have 2 advantages, right? Not this is not really.
stack really advantages, but
Yeah, I was gonna say it, but I was like,
yeah.
I got help too with the flank, so I'm like, okay, well.
So yeah, you only get one advantage.
Yep.
Go ahead and do your thing. Go and do your thing.
Thank you. She's righteously angry now. She's rolling out from under the plague spreader. She's getting up. That's half her movement, even though she's not going anywhere, but he's prone. She's no longer prone. And in that, he is going to swing on this guy. This fucking thing.
Wonderful.
Does a 24 hit?
24 does hit. I'm so glad you guys survived the viral aura, because I forgot to do it this whole time.
8 damage on this thing.
So, anything else?
Nope, she's gonna end the turn, so... Irene, if you would be so gracious.
Of course. That's going to be 4.
Not that gracious, okay. Alright. Sorry. That's the end of my turn.
So, zombie plague spreader's turn. Alright, he's going to attack. He's going to attack. We have Ismark in front of him, but Ismark is dodging. So we're going to be rolling disadvantage on this multi-attack. And so, that was a... Awesome, so he's going to miss the first attack on Ismark. Here's the next one. He's going to miss the second attack as well. So both slam attacks get blocked by Ismark. You see his like sword is like, you know, cutting at it just at the right time. Even without his other arm, his other hand, his other sword, you can see he's pretty talented even with just the one blade. Wonderful. So that ends the zombie plague spreader's turn because he can't get past Ismark. And then it's Ismark's turn. Ismark is going to assign his leadership. He is going to assign his leadership to. Let's see, who's the healthiest? He's going to assign it to Calm. So he says now while I have its attention. And so Calm, you'll get the leadership this time, which is a 1d8. And then he will continue to dodge. Oksana, it's your turn.
Okay. The fire bottle can only be a ranged attack, right?
Yeah. It's within, right? It's like within 20 feet, right? So.
Yeah.
And you're within it. And it only affects that 5-foot space.
So I could throw it. I would just throw it at disadvantage.
Yeah, because you don't have. Well, it's like a. It's a improvised weapon attack. Hold on, let me find out.
Oh, I'm just asking because if it's ranged and I'm in melee, it's disadvantage. But if I can just smack him with it,
You can, but you could probably also do it back here too.
if I move, he'll bite me,
He won't.
and I'll die.
He won't.
I don't.
And I'm gonna tell you guys that if it doesn't make sense for this thing to do something, you know, usually like, and it's something I wasn't able to really get into, but I don't believe every fucking time a creature is going to take a opportunity attack because it's going to use this reaction, right? If there's this person who's adjacent to it, this zombie plague spreader is just trying to go through Ismark, right? That would apply like the same knowledge as to whether or not like it would be like, oh well, Ismark's blocking, maybe I should just attack Rayfield or Calm. It doesn't do that, right? It doesn't operate like that. It's mindless being.
Okay.
So
It's
some
like
creatures,
dumb enough.
some creatures have like these, and at least in my head, they have this variable understanding of, understanding like, what to attack and when to attack and lash out, So that's
Okay,
that's a big
cool.
blanket statement, guys, but I promise it's just because I think it makes the monsters more interesting and doesn't bottleneck your guys' gameplay. So please take it for what it is.
Then in that case, and I will huck that fire bottle at it. I'll just light it on this lantern that's right here.
Cool. Wonderful.
Brick bro. And it's just plus dex plus 1. So that's a 13 to hit.
It's a 13 to hit. That will hit. So it'll be on fire. And then you gotta tell me how much fire damage it will be taking each time.
It will take 3 fire damage each time.
Ah!
And that's my last fire bottle.
Alright, Aaron, and then you have your... Irene, you have the Twilight Sanctuary for Oksana.
Alright.
Yes. That is going to be 8.
Oh.
Damn.
Ooh, awesome. Did Ismark get Twilight Sanctuary? Can we give it to him? Can we give Ismark?
Yes, he did get Twilight Sanctuary.
How much
Okay. He's going to get. What is that? Come
The
on.
number? the number?
He's I can't see it. Hold on. Okay, there we go. He's going to get 9.
Oh hell yeah.
He low roll for
He's-
calm, everybody else gets a 5 or a 6. Okay.
Double
Yeah,
my hit points.
Very gracious, actually.
With my current and attempt, I have more hit points than I can have normally.
It's that meme where like that adult's like holding the kid over the pool and she's crying and Chef is just the one drowning at the very bottom.
I'm gonna come try to help.
That is so funny. That is, yeah, it's the skeleton at the bottom, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Irene, it's your turn now.
Yes. I'm going to.
So they're stabilizing, and I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm gonna move. What does that mean, stabilizing?
So
I'm
when
not
like
sure what that means.
So when like a creature is downed, like Chef is, right?
Uh-huh.
If you know, you don't have like health potions or magic for him, right? But you can stabilize him so
Mhm.
that way he doesn't have to roll death saves, right? Like it's like his heart. It's like you doing chest compressions and just making sure his heart comes back, so that way he doesn't die. Because
Okay.
he is on he's on
So
2 out of 3 of his rolls right now. So, and to do,
So
go ahead, you're fine.
yeah.
I'm done talking.
No, yeah. I was just asking how I would go about doing that. Is that like a help action or?
Yeah, so that's you going. So you have to go up to the creature, right, or to Chef, and then you have to do a medicine check.
Okay. Then that is what I will do.
Awesome. That medicine check
And
is a. You have to beat a 10.
15.
Awesome. So you
It's
beat
a
that.
15.
He doesn't have to make saving throws. He is at 0 hit points, right? And he is still unconscious.
Okay.
He's no longer actively dying. Yippee!
Yippee. All right. Wonderful. So now my boy is just incapacitated. Anything else from Irene?
Nope. That's an action, so I'm good.
Okay, awesome. Wonderful action. And then you're gonna give yourself some temp health, I assume. Does it reset? Does it reset, or just does it stack for a minute?
You
I don't think
can't
temp health
stack.
can
Yeah, you
stack.
can't stack it, so it would just replace.
Oh, so it overrides it. Okay, cool.
Would we be able to keep the higher one if, say, we have 8?
I imagine that it's
Zero is like 4.
I imagine that it's like kind of like a pulsing thing, you know. That makes more sense to me. But I don't know. What do you guys think is cool? Because I'm gonna use it for my monsters.
I mean, I would love to keep 8 temp HP.
I think because it says whenever a creature that you can't choose whether it happens to you or not. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I mean, oh no, my 4.
Yeah, it's interesting who's arguing for what here. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a good roll too. I'm just trying to hail.
Oh, you know what's funny? You know what's funny?
What does Ismark have to say about
You don't have to give them temp health. You can just end one effect, causing it to be charmed or frightened, and then just say that's what you do.
Frighten him.
And then you kind of game.
Bismarck, let's go.
And you kind of game not giving them temp health if you want to do that, Renee.
That's fucking sick.
So we can do it like that.
Is he charmed or frightened?
He isn't, but she can end it.
Rayfield's frightened of dying right now, all the time, actually.
No, listen, I'm fine with you guys keeping your higher temp health, but if we do that, I'm gonna do that for my monsters, just so we're all in the same.
I'm
boat.
fine either way.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess however Yoon wants to run it, since it's your ability you have to keep track of.
Yeah. What do you think?
What's the onus on you about it?
Do you want to roll every time? I think that's annoying.
I don't. I really don't. I really don't mind. I think I'm the wrong person to ask when
That's
it
fine.
comes to
It's gonna
this,
matter a lot. It's gonna matter a lot
yeah.
more when these guys are getting hit in between their things. So this is a very niche rule, anyways. So whatever. We're gonna keep it pushing. If you have the higher, you have the higher. That's it.
Okay.
So let's go. Irene, do you want to re-roll your temp health? For example, if you have 3 now, that's pretty dog shit. You could roll up to a 9. Keep that.
Yeah, we'll give it a go. Yeah, that's a 9.
Cool. So now instead of whatever temp health, you have 9 temp health, and then
Sweet.
cool. So from
Alright.
there, we have Rayfield.
Just by the way, I looked it up. If you have temporary hit points and receive more of them, you decide whether to keep the ones you have or gain the new ones
Sounds cool. Sounds great.
by the book.
Cool.
All right. Super
You
simple.
don't
here.
always go by the book, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like it. So
Yep.
let's do Rayfield.
This thing's gotta go. Just hitting it. Does 19 hit?
19 hits, yeah. And that's just regular, right? You're not doing advantage anymore.
Yep. That's just reggy.
Awesome. Yeah, that hits.
Alright, that's going to be 9 base damage plus 6 for a total of 15.
Awesome.
Rayfield, my help, please.
Is this thing bloodied?
This
by
thing
chance?
is bloodied. In fact, I was gonna get to it right now. That with
Oh,
these hits, you can see that this plague spreader. You can see that more and more of this red mist is starting to fall from its body. Like it can't hold it all in.
This thing's going to blow up. Ooh, can I... Cunning action dodge, let's see. Nope, just dash, disengage, or hide. Okay, in that case, I am going to once again give help to Calm. And that's it. Super simple. He's staying right where he is too. Actually, just to have it be what it is, he's gonna move here.
Chef.
Ooh.
Chef. we are
Sorry,
just-
actually, he's gonna move here. So Ismark can get.
Ismark could get advantage. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
That guy is not swinging, bro.
Chef, we skip your turn because you're not in a situation.
Sounds good.
And then Column, it's your turn.
Mm-hmm. Here's this thing has to go.
Remember, you have
And
leadership.
Yep. And advantage with help. So the first roll is a 7. The second roll is a 21 hit.
Yep.
Oh, yep. That's 8 damage.
Wonderful. Anything else?
Even with. Okay.
Yep. But the leadership is to hit, not
Yes.
to damage.
2 hit.
If I wish it was a 1d8 to damage.
That'd be amazing. Unfortunately, he can't teach you how to use your sword. Just where to place it.
Alright. That is it.
Awesome. All of this virulent miasma coming out of this body of this plague spreader. You see that this thing is soon to be cut down, but not before it releases its gaseous, its red gaseous payload, and it will, in a 30-foot radius,
Bro.
Before any damage happens, Irene, if you could, my temporary help.
Irene,
Waiter.
Irene,
Also, we got fire damage to account for.
Waiter.
Waiter.
That's a 9.
Oh, thank God.
My favorite. Also, for the sake of Chef maybe not dying, you can get temp hit points while you're down. They don't heal you, but they can damage Sponge.
Ooh,
So we
that's
should
fun.
give him some before
Let's-
this kills him.
Let's do that. Let's do
Ooh.
that. That's fun. Let's do that. So, Irene, if you don't mind rolling his chef's temp health.
That is a 8.
While we're doing it, will you also roll it for Rayfield just in case you get the crit at 6, so I get 9
Sure.
instead of 8?
Everybody,
Sure.
please, please.
Everyone's re-upping.
Everybody on their knees.
Everybody's re-upping.
That's a dirty 6.
That's alright.
There you
Thank
go.
you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Everyone buff up.
there we go.
Pop your fucking cooldown.
Everybody in the area, give me a Constitution saving throw. You need to beat a 12.
Easy. Uh-oh.
Fuck.
What a waste! I got a natural 20.
Yeah.
As would I. Yeah.
Does the
Wow.
thingy take the damage
15,
instead?
baby.
No, it doesn't.
Can I Uno reverse on my nat 20?
Can she cover Chef's mouth?
It doesn't.
Can I cover Ismark's mouth?
I got a 13. We out here.
It's fine, guys. I got something
I
for the
rolled
people
a
who save
3.
anyways.
I rolled 7.
We're in the blast radius.
Perfect. So it is going to do 10 poison damage on anybody who failed, and it will do 5 on anybody who saved.
Okay, just checking. I rolled an 8 on the temp HP.
Mhm.
Good shit.
All right.
Would have downed me, thank you.
Yeah, I'm still up, thanks to your name.
So it does the action. It ends its turn. You guys see Ismark. Ooh, what did he roll? Oof.
Yes,
He's
mhm.
literally the guy.
Oh,
He's
boy.
such a goat. 17.
Nice.
So he will
Doesn't
take
even
5.
break the temp.
Yeah, he'll take the 5 to the temp. So still has 4 left over. And you're gonna see him switch his hand. You know, go from a defensive state, and you'll see him kind of toss it up in the air, grab the handle, and then he's gonna bring it down on this creature's head. He rolled a 9. He's going to roll again. He rolled a 15. That is going to hit, and he will do 11 points of damage. And the plague spreader, all out of gas, barely standing up, will get sliced down and is out of the fight. You guys are now out of combat.
Woo!
Someone wake Chef up.
Yeah, Tom is
Sorry to
rushing
tell
over,
you,
picking this man
but
up.
incapacitated lasts for like 6 hours, I think.
Jesus.
Only for 1d4. And then you get a hit point
Tom is slapping him.
Can we
and
ro-
single hit point.
Is there a way we can roleplay this man up a hit point?
Can you roleplay this man up a hit point? Sorry, my headset just died.
Yeah, what do we have to do to get Chef a hit point so he can?
Where'd you go? Where'd you
Do
go?
do we have any healing left? Oh, yeah.
Not anymore.
We got-
Everyone's force feeding Chef OJ like he has diabetes or something.
we are like tapped. Fuck's sake.
Fucking fight, holy
Um,
shit.
Yeah.
Time for wave 2.
Yeah, that was a good wave 1. What's next?
Give it up for wave 15.
Yeah. Assuming Oksana sort of has Ismark here, Rayfield is going to
Yeah.
go over between Irina and Calm and just kneel down to Chef here. Take a look at his condition.
You'll see Ismark has a sword on the ground. He's on one of his knees, holding himself up, and he's just labored breathing as he's facing the ground.
I'll try to tie off his stump.
Yeah. Go over there. He's bleeding, right? But if you have a medicine kit, you have a little medicine kit or whatever, medicine tools.
I do not.
You do not? Okay, cool. Then that's fine. You're just gonna do a medicine check, a flat medicine check. Nothing, no advantage on that one.
Hypothetical. If Oksana were to rip off some of the vestment chef and use it like a staunch, would that do something?
No, we need like sterile supplies and all that stuff.
Damn. Well, good
It's probably
luck.
chef's blood because he's gone down 3 times.
Yeah, it's different blood.
What'd you get?
I got a 17.
You got a 17. Okay, cool. Yeah, you'll stop the bleeding with the 17. You'll at least you'll capture the bleeding, and it won't be so terrible. He can move around still, but yeah, he's definitely in pain. It's almost like you see as you're tying off whatever you can tie off to help. You'll see that that part of his body was already burnt, as though it was kind of I don't know, like I'm gonna say the word seared, but that's not it. But you guys know what I mean.
Cauterized, yeah.
Cauterized. Yeah, that it was like cauterized, as much as it could be. And Ismark's gonna look up and he'll say thank you. What about the townspeople?
As far as I know, they're fine.
And he'll turn. You can
I guess
tell that he
if
can
we-
barely get
Are
up.
they all there?
Yeah, the townspeople
I'll-
are there.
With my 8 strength, be a crutch.
2 people would do it.
I am going to get on the other side and assist.
Okay, awesome. So Ismark and Irene will assist, and he'll be like he wants to head back to town, to the town square. And you guys move forward. Rayfield and Calm and Chef, what are you guys doing? As you're coming up.
Calm is dragging this man.
Chef is taking it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this isn't the time for Bear Claw, by the way. Anyway,
What a crazy thing to say.
I tied Chef to Calm. So
oh, yippee!
and then I think
Just calm in her big sack of potatoes of a bear.
You're gonna have I tied Oksana and Irene to Ismark. So if you guys want to move
Dream.
him, you just
Liking that.
you guys-
Liking that.
you guys just drag him if you guys want to move everybody. Rayfield, where are you?
Yeah, while they're doing that, Rayfield, just because he knows he can catch up if need be, really run away more than anything, he is going to take a look just over this what seems to be destroyed barricade here, just for any more signs of anything coming, just to make sure it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Perception advantage. That's gonna be a 13.
On a 13, you don't see anything immediate. The fog's pretty tough here on the outskirt of this barricade.
So just squinting into the fog, not seeing anything. He'll remain there probably up until the point that the party gets to about, back into the town square, back into population before running after him.
Wonderful. Ladies, feel free to take Ismark over to the area. And you're walking in front of...
Where does he want to go?
You can see that he almost starts to lose his legs as you guys make it over to the statue, where Ismark the Great is. And he almost wants to prop up on there.
This man's losing his legs, his arms being dude by staples at this point.
And Rayfield, before you leave there, as you see that your crew getting there, you take one last look outside. Give me another perception check.
Jesus Christ. That's a flat tenor.
Nothing. Wonderful. And so you make your way back here.
Motherfucker.
Fucker.
What am I to check? It's weird. Yeah, Rayfield's just gonna get the sense to look behind him one more time. Just one of those feelings, but he sees nothing.
Ismark's, breathing tough. You'll see some other townspeople come by. Some people who are maybe patching up others or whatnot will come by to offer help and to help stabilize. You see that they'll have medicine kits, and they're going to start essentially getting to work on Ismark. And Ismark's going to say, "Just my arm. They only got my arm." And the nurses and makeshift nurses will be attending to his wounds. To which point, you'll see him like grimace at the things that they're doing to the arm to help salvage anything that they can. He'll speak to you all. He'll speak to at least Irene and Oksana next to him, and he'll say, "What about the Houston barricade? Did you hold it?"
Oh, we did. Bildrath and Perry Wimple and then the guards are still there.
Did you lose anyone?
No.
That's good. That's good. And Rayfield, Calm, Chef, what are you guys doing?
He'll say to Ismark, my lord, what happened at the western barricade?
It seems as though they hit every barricade hard tonight. Every single one. And I expected it from them, but the monsters, the creatures, they were destroying the barricades like they were making a path. They didn't kill everybody except for those who got in their way. How many of them died? And you'll see that there's just like a bunch of dead bodies, obviously, that you had to walk past. Almost like you didn't see them. They're all shut off on the sides of the road.
And either through an insight check or just noticing, can Rayfield sort of glean what Ismark is looking at behind him, looking at the bodies?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely walked by it already. You saw a bunch of dead, like, soldiers and, like, townspeople that had, like, weapons in their hand and whatnot. And they're all, obviously dead off on the sides of the road.
So just to maybe give him a little bit of a peace of mind, Rayfield's just gonna step in a little bit closer, so he has an excuse not to look, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Miracle.
And yeah, he'll just be saying, I noticed the same at our barricade. All of those creatures, they seem dead set on making their way through the barricade, through life and limb. They barely seemed to care when we cut at them. They wanted nothing more than to get through.
And now I know why. And then he'll say, "Get behind the statue. They're here."
My lord?
And you see him, like, looking dead past you and everybody around. You'll see that he was labored in his voice, but now he's trying to get it back, his leadership. And you see him just point a sword right past Rayfield, and you will see that there are at least a dozen undead walking towards you, towards the town center. And in front of them, a man on a horse, leading all of them. It's only as they pass the gate, really, do you see who is riding on top of the horse. Oops, whoopsie. There we go. There we go. On the way in, you hear the sound of hoofsteps squelching through mud and body alike. You see this man is cloaked, riding an ash-gray horse with dull, shadowed eyes, and behind it, a trail of shambling undead. You see a flickering torchlight paints the man's features, and you see that this is a tall, lithe figure with a dusky complexion, an elf with dusk skin. You see the coat itself is rimmed with thick white fur. You see gloves of supple black leather covering his hands. Wears a deep blue tunic trimmed with bronze. And you see underneath it flexible leather armor. A curved saber hangs from a sheath at his belt, and a pair of scimitars strapped to his back above it. His ears are tapered, much like elves are. He has dark hair, brown eyes. You tell that as he is walking through, or as he is riding his horse through the town, that he is aware, he is taking stock of the attack of the bodies. And every time he glances towards you all, you almost witness, or all of you feel a predatory gaze. As he gets closer, you see a long, wicked scar cuts across his forehead. His lips are pulled back into a thin, perpetual frown. And he will ride his way over to you all. And as he's doing so, and while he's on his way, you'll see Ismark say, "Get behind the statue, leave me. They're here for me."
Irene is going to chime in here, and she's going to say, "This is not the time for heroics, Ismark."
Trust me.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do. Than to hope that he
Rayfield.
doesn't hurt you too.
Is Ismark still stat at the moment? Did he ever like go down actually?
Oh, he's sat down, like he's leaned up against the Ismark the Grey statue. But I do think that they're
In that case,
kind of like sitting up
yeah.
with his feet touching the ground.
in that case, Rayfield is going to go to Varundin, and as he does, actually, if he can, at least to this one sort of medicinal townsfolk, and maybe even both, if he can sort of try to shoo them out of the way and sort of back into the crowd and away from whatever's going to happen. But as he's going to go around here, he is going to go sort of back behind the statue, but what he's really going to try and do is come up behind Ismark and just hook a hand under his armpit and just lift him back up, to have him stand tall for whatever is about to occur.
Awesome. Very cool. And you'll see he obliges it, and he'll stand up. Like, he'll work up the strength to stand up.
And if he needs the hand there, if it feels like he needs the hand there to keep standing, Rayfield will keep the hand there, and if not, he'll pull it back and just keep it on his sword.
Wonderful. I'm gonna go ahead and post a picture.
And do the NPCs get back, or do they stay?
You'll see the townspeople are, at least the medics will then start to move away, and kind of hide behind the statue. They're gonna listen to Ismark.
Gotcha.
Anybody else listen to Ismark, or choose not to?
Guess that's up to Calm.
Yasmin.
Right, sorry. Calm being in the front, kind of. She nearly draws her sword, but with Chef on her shoulder, like arm, and she's picked up by the arm, and she's not actually dragging him. She decides to acquiesce despite her. She wouldn't usually, but she would at least bring Chef over here behind, next to this statue, but with a sight line to this person, this man.
See, this man will ride closer, and Ismark will tense up and kind of ask you guys to shuffle to the side so he could meet this person head on. Oksana and Irene, you guys don't leave.
Irene is planted firmly in beside Ismark.
If he won't go, yeah, she's still just under his arm, keeping him up.
Awesome. Rayfield, obviously, he'll let your hand, he'll move his hand and give you a nod as he shuffles. This man will ride forward, stand in front of his horse, and he'll say, as he stops the horse, the rest of the undead stop on the dime. And you hear, as he looks over and he looks around at everybody, you see he looks up and looks around on the rooftops, and then looks back down at Ismark. 57 days passed. Your people rose in unlawful rebellion against Strahd von Zarovich, Count of Barovia, master of Castle Ravenloft, and protector of the Balinok Mountains. For this treasonous act, this settlement has been met with righteous punishment, so that its inhabitants might learn the weight of their defiance. Witnessed by the eyes of the dead and damned, this price has been extracted in blood, common and noble alike. Let it be known that on this day, the mercy of Strahd von Zarovich extends once more unto those who return to their fief and field, while those who continue in their folly shall be swept away as chaff before the wind. You see Ismark you see his eyes, start to close a little harder. You see him tense up, all of you. It's finally this Duskin Elf steps down, and then it begins with a dull roar, and then Suddenly, all of you hear it. There's a prickle at the edge of your awareness. As this man grows closer, that muffled sound grows ever more insistent, amplifying and building upon itself until it resolves into a more innocuous sound. Waves and torrents of screams. Your ears fill with 1,000 voices pleading, suffering, and dying. Before you, a psychic onslaught crashes against your mind from every direction, leaving little room for thought. But this man remains unflinching, undisturbed by the symphony of screams that surrounds him. I need everybody to make a I forgot what the book we're calling. Make a fear roll.
Oh, sanity.
Sanity roll. Thank you. Alright.
Calm rolled a nat 20.
Nat 20. Awesome.
16.
Perfect. So we have. Perfect. So I'm gonna dole out. I'm gonna dole them out, and then Calm's nat 20 is gonna take some fear off of people, or resolve some sanity near people. So, who failed?
I got an 8.
So you got an 8. That's a failure.
I got a 5.
8's a failure. So, my pen, no. Oh, there it goes. All right. Oksana got an 8. Irene got a 5.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a fail. Rayfield.
Am I?
Chris.
Oh, sorry about that. That was a nat 1.
All right. That is terrible. That is
Absolutely.
so terrible.
That's
That's
actually what I was hoping for.
that is
but
so
it's terrible.
terrible.
Even out the nat 20.
That is going to even
Yeah.
out the nat 20, guys. Sorry. But that's wonderful. But that's very wonderful.
Can I give a thing for Rayfield here as it happens?
Sure. Let me just resolve this really quick, and then we'll go through
Yeah.
the reaction. But Calm, you pass. So that's a for certain. So you pass. Wonderful. So Rayfield failed. Superbly. Chef, what'd Chef get?
16.
16. Awesome. That is going to be a fail. Okay. Irene, Chef, Rayfield, Oksana fail. Calm. You keep yourself together. Rayfield, you fail incredibly. So how does that look like on you guys as you hear these screams pierce your ears? We'll start with Rayfield.
Yeah. Pretty much immediately as it crescendos to this point of insanity, you are either going to hear or see, depending on where you are, Rayfield just fall to his knees at first, and then, almost tucking his head into his shoulders as his back rolls up, just head almost in the dirt, clutching his hands over his ears, just body begins shaking. His breathing becomes ragged. There's just a dizziness about him, outwardly, inwardly. It feels as if he can't hear anything else, even if the other sounds are drowned out by this, by everything, by the screams, the wailing, the crying. He's having to, the only amount of willpower that he has left is spent to stop himself from, digging his nails into his ears to try and get the sound to stop. But that's about it.
Wonderful. And then Calm. How does Calm react to it?
Her ears. She at first she tries to look for the source, and then very quickly realizing that this is uh, uh, an effect that this person has, and she draws her eyes and her gaze lands on him. She does not break it, even as it rises in her mind. She even steps forward to as if to like meet that challenge. Does not stop. Uh, she stands as tall as she can, even as she's battered and bleeding. She keeps her focus, and
Awesome. Very
yep. Okay, that's it. Yep.
cool. Awesome. Everyone else, Oksana and Irene and Chef. Anyone want to go first?
Seeing that Rayfield collapsed to his knees, and as she's listening to these wails and these cries, her grip on Ismark's arm tightens, and she's just profusely shaking. She shuts her eyes tightly in an attempt to kind of what is the word? She's just trying to center herself, but the attempt is completely futile, and she's just kind of standing there in a state of paralysis, for lack of better words.
Anything from Oksana?
I think conversely to how Irene and Rayfield have reacted, Oksana relaxes. Her arm comes over off of Ismark, and her posture just goes gentle and neutral, and her hands fold in front of her. She just drops her eyes and bows her head to this figure, and looks like she's waiting in just a neutral pose.
Wonderful. Chef?
Well, to the eyes of everyone else, Chef is still unconscious, but in the subconscious world of Chef's mind, he hears the wails, the screams, the suffering, and it dredges forth a picture of something he could have seen in his past if he stuck around for it. And he imagines what it must have sounded like to the people closest to him back then. And all he could think was, I'm sorry. I'm so, so sorry.
Wonderful. I love that. Thank you. I totally forgot you were down. I'm gonna take off your fail, because you wouldn't have witnessed it. But I love it. Thank you. I love it. I love it. Thank you. All right. Awesome. This Duskin elf will see his mark and give a smile. It's mixed with a sneer, and then he jumps off of his horse, walks towards his mark. Do I need to put it plainly? His mark says, so that's it. You're done terrorizing our town, killing our people. Oh, I'm not. But I have been advised to leave you alone for the time being. So, you and your two new caretakers can patch you up and get you ready for the next time that you decide to dishonor our master. And you'll see Ismark say, that's your master. He's not a king to me, and with incredible speed, you see this Duskin elf pull out their sword and put it to Ismark's other arm, sitting it right on top of him. And he says, and he'll look at Ismark and he'll smile, and he'll say, I want to do this so bad, but a burgomaster will need to be able to write, won't he? See Ismark think over what he's talking about, and everybody here, give me an insight check.
Except for Chef, yes.
Yeah, Chef, sorry. No checks for you. Give me insight checks, and then Rayfield, if you can give me one with advantage.
Okay.
That's 13.
That's going to be an 18 from Rayfield.
Okay.
And it's gonna be, what did I write for calm?
You said a what for calm?
An 8.
Okay. And Irene?
8.
4.
Sure. So Oksana and Rayfield, you catch some, you catch what he says in regards to the new, that a burgomaster must be able to write. And of course, this is true. You guys, they need to be able to, write letters, check in with whomever they're intending to. But Ismark's not the burgomaster. And then it springs to you.
Damn it. Out of character, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. And then it springs to you that with a man so meticulous as and how he has acted in front of Ismark, that he meant every word he said. And then he'll smile at Ismark and then put his sword away. And he'll say, congratulations. And condolences. And he'll give a smile, a very small smile, and then it'll return to its perpetual frown. You'll see the horse turns around, the undead turn around, and you'll see Raiden will put one foot on the stirrup, like put one foot onto the, I don't know if it's a stirrup, but anyways, he'll put his foot into onto the saddle and start slowly walking away. And you'll see almost every time his steed can step onto a Barovian body, it does. And every time it does, you hear the crunch, and he will slowly start to walk away. And as he's walking away, of course, you guys can say anything, but you no longer hear that deathly choir. And then you see, he walks off. And at the same time, does it start to rain? It's been raining, but now it's getting more intense.
As he starts to walk off, the voices sort of carry away with him. Rayfield is just gonna find the strength to, either grip onto Oksana's leg or the hem of her robe, whatever he can reach to get her attention, and just sort of look up at her as much as he can. What he said, the Burgomaster. And look from her to Ismark, hoping that she understands.
When he grabs at her dress, she'll turn and just smile at him and nod at what he said. And her eyes are just glassed over as she, politely nods and then turns back and resumes her neutral position.
Rayfield is gonna... He was hoping, in his weakened state, of course, that she would be able to relay what he had, picked up on, but seeing her in such a almost comically out of the moment state, as she is, it's almost gonna pull him out of the fear that he was feeling. Such a wondrously strange reaction from her is kind of going to snap him back into it a little bit, and he is going to find his way to his feet off of that interaction. Oksana, did you hear what I said? The Burgomaster, are you? And as he speaks, he's gonna walk around more to the front of her to see that look in her eyes again. Oksana, are you okay?
Of course, my lord. Thank you very much for asking. Is there anything I can help you with? We, of course, should return to the manor. Everyone's been injured.
Yes, but no, that's not... Something's wrong. He looks to Irene and to Calm, hoping that maybe they noticed and he's not an island over here with Oksana.
Irene is going to shake her head as she looks at Rayfield. What is it, Rayfield?
He'll look from her to Oksana, back to her. We need to get back to the manor. Ismark, Irene, everybody. I fear something's happened to the Burgomaster. What he said about Ismark being the new one.
No.
I do not believe he said it
No,
for no reason.
He did not mean that. He's mistaken. But we need to go back to the house, that's true. And you hear, you hear Ismark's voice is breaking as he says this. Please, Irene. Oksana, please help me. Back to the manor.
Yes, right away. Let's make haste.
Let's hurry.
And
She'll go back under his arm and carry him along.
Oh, is
awesome, and
still
we'll be
carrying the man.
Yeah, awesome. He's still carrying.
And
Chef,
And
wonderful.
as they're going back to the manor, Rayfield is going to stay at Oksana's side and just be studying her almost in the weird way, or the almost indifference, the roboticness in which she is taking her actions. He's not going to speak for once. He is not going to speak his issue. He's just gonna look.
Wonderful. So, we are on our way to the Burgomaster's mansion. And as you finally get to the road that would be able to see its doors, you see that the doors are open. And inside, you see 2 bodies laid on the floor at the foyer. You see Ismark's hurried steps as he starts to see it. The blood's, kind of, washing over his eye. The rain itself is now getting somewhat torrential, and visibility is hard, but then the hurried footsteps as you guys walk up to the steps. As you get there, you see the Burgomaster finally, as Ismark lets out a cry, a yell. No! No! And he lets go of Irene, and he lets go of Oksana, you know, in whichever way they were holding him up. And he moves on his own now, finding strength. And you see a red pool surrounds the Burgomaster's unmoving form. His eyes are glassy and staring at the ceiling as blood drips from a long, elegant slash across his chest. Not far away, you see Irina lays crumpled across the carpet beneath a boarded-up window. You see the curtains are drifting lazily above her. And as we get there and everyone is looking around, you'll see. As we get there and everyone finally gets up to the foyer, we are going to take a break, about 15 minutes, and then we're back. So we'll be back at 10, 20, 27? We'll be back at 27?
Cool.
Cool.
Sounds Gucci. I fucking called it.
right, we're back.
We back.
Yep.
And everything's going well.
Sort of.
Right. Everything's going
So
well.
won.
well.
We won.
We won, smile.
Alright. In you see Ismark weeping at his father's corpse. And then he gets up and he looks around. He says, Irina! Irina! And then all of you guys can move your pieces, by the way. And oh, and I don't know if you guys know that, but if you refresh your thing, you guys should have the new map. This is just the old. This is just the. But all your pieces are right there by the door.
Yep.
And you'll see Ismark will clamber up, crying, and you'll see he sees her, and he goes, there she is, help! And he'll run over to Irina and he throws his sword and he throws his sword on the ground and he grabs at Irina and he says, Irina, are you? And he puts his finger at his neck, but as his fingers, you see blood. As he puts his hand there to check her pulse, and then he goes, she's alive. And as he pulls it back, blood carries with his fingers, and then you see on her neck, whoever is there, you see that Irina has two holes in her neck. And you'll see him say, she's breathing but barely. And he starts to give, he's on his knees now, and Irene, you see that Ismark is about to faint and pass out, as though all of everything of the night finally caught up to him. And you see him fall over as he passes out. Irina is unconscious, Ismark is unconscious, and the Burgomaster Kolyan is dead. Does anyone want to do something?
Chef, leave Chef, by the door, post them up, and she rushes over to Ismark. She turns to Irene. They're next to each other. I will take him to a bed. I'll tend to his wounds. Is there anything you could do about Irina?
Are you muted, Irene?
Oh my gosh, I was saying things that entire time. Oh man, that sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That really, really sucks. Okay. All right. Yeah, I had actually said that I caught Ismark as he was falling, and then I shouted to everybody, like, I need some help. And then
Yeah, we can do that. That's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
That's a easy
and-
retcon.
Okay, so sorry. Yeah, I did not realize I was still muted. So I caught Ismark as he was falling to break his fall, and I shouted to everybody for help. And yeah, so
And then calm comes up, and then everything is
Yeah.
fixed, right?
The same.
Okay, cool.
Yep. She's not carrying Ismark. Is she still an unwilling creature?
You're carrying Ismark? Got him. Alright, cool.
yeah, yeah.
He's attached. Calm.
I'm gonna attend to Irina.
While that's happening, if I saw correctly, Erica, tell me if I'm wrong, but it looked like Oksana was almost walking off a little bit.
She hasn't left. She just has posted up in the corner of the room, just to get out of the way.
Just with a final look to her, he is going to. Rayfield is going to take the Burgomaster and try to get him in more of a, first of all, a more of an out of the way spot. So while everything is going on, they're not tripping over him, and at the same time, just get his body into more of an honorable state, not just slumped dead on the floor, but maybe just legs together, hands over his chest, or maybe his abdomen, while the others are dealing with Irina and Ismark.
Well, what does Chef do?
Chef's on the ground.
Oh, he's still knocked out.
Chef's dead.
Wonderful. Let's yeah, calm. You're taking him to a bed. Let's take him to a bed then. You guys have this door thing now that you guys can use to get to the second floor. Just
I want to try this out.
I don't know how it works if you're attached, but it probably will.
What? It works.
It worked. It worked.
Awesome.
She's very handily carrying Ismark.
For sure. What bed are you taking him to?
Which one was the Burgomaster's room again?
This one.
It is now, I guess.
I'm playing my
Ooh,
own game
take
over
it.
here.
Alright. How is Chef getting up there? Who's taking Chef?
I don't know, but Chef has technology in his hands.
You're having
That's
fun,
Chef's
huh?
ghost, bro.
That's cool.
Put it back.
Alright.
Get back slumped against the door.
And then, alright, so you're carrying, as you're carrying him up there, you see, like, almost like he's trying to fight to, like, open his eyes. Are they okay? Are they okay? And then he'll pass out, in your arms again. Calm.
Just kind of shakes her head and like lifts him to the bed. Oh. Darling. Oh,
Oh, are you doing
I
the
would-
attached thing too?
No, yep. For some reason, she's.
Oh,
It shouldn't be. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I usually do the the attach and detach thing, but I think last time I had to do it to you twice, so I think it works now. All right, you know what? You don't get Ismark anywhere. He's gone. Make a duplicate, and this one's gone. There you go. That should work.
You deleted Calm. You killed her.
Oh, is that what it looked like to you? Let me refresh.
Yeah, Calm is no longer there.
I
You try to
refreshed.
do.
It
You
looks
try to
like.
use.
She gone forever?
Is she not there? Is that not her?
Now, okay, now she's back.
Oh, now I see.
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
I have to refresh now.
Okay. Sally. Okay. Maybe you should be getting.
It's okay. Yep.
All right. Awesome.
So
Awesome.
she's just lacing down in bed. She kind of grimaces a little because she realizes some of these wounds are quite dire. But she motions to start bandaging and replacing bandages. All of that. That's gonna take a while though.
Sure.
She,
You see the wind. The wind is blowing in this room. And the fire is crackling. One of these windows is open. It's cold. There's a draft in here. As you're putting together these dressings. Is that you're gonna spend time on doing that, Com?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. You'll see that around you there are medicine kits. Yeah, there's maybe 1 or 2 or 3 that are still there and ready and available.
she will grab one of those. May I add it to my inventory? Or is that just there?
It's there to use. It's there to use because the burgomaster was injured. He's injured now, and so if you want to add one to your inventory, you totally can. But you're just taking it out of the room. So there's 3 total. If you want to take one, you can and put it in your inventory. But if you want to use one, I would just say just take it from the floating that are there.
Yeah. Should we just use one?
Okay, wonderful. So we'll have you spend time doing that. Irene and Irina. You see, Irina is just kilted over, and you see those marks on her neck. The blood was wiped away, but the blood had dried already. Wasn't running. But the holes are there. And it looks like they're starting to get a kind of awkward scabbing or so of like this black coloring at them. But she is barely breathing, really passed out. What would you like to do, Irene?
Irene is in a frazzled state. She is going to look behind her into the foyer, and she sees perhaps Chef slumped against the door or wall, wherever he may be, and she sees Oksana still in the corner. She sees Rayfield doing his best to tend to the Burgermeister, and she sort of furrows her brow, and she says, "Oksana, what's gotten into you? I need your help over here." And she's going to ask for Oksana to come over to help her.
I think hearing Irene, she startles a bit and comes back to herself a little more. Oh, of course, I'm sorry. And she'll hurry over to help with Irina.
Irene is going to do her best to reach Irina, just some sign that perhaps she can reach consciousness again. She's going to like gently touch her shoulders, and she's going to speak to her. Irina, can you hear me?
You see, she starts to open her eyes very slowly. She says, she like finally gets her eyes enough open. Her body starts to tense as it's holding herself up now. She's consciously doing it, and she says, Where am I?
It's all right. You're safe now. We're all here.
Where's my father?
Irene's eyes are going to well up a bit with tears, and her voice will waver just a bit, and she'll say, "Please, don't worry about that now. We have to get you. We have to get you better.
No,
Can you stand?
I have to stop him. I don't think the man is. I've never seen that man before.
What man?
The man at the door. And you'll see her start to struggle to get herself up.
Irina is going to look to Oksana. Help me get her up.
He'll just nod and try to scoop up Irina the same as they had to with Ismark before.
You see, just as you make it to the point where you could see the Burgomaster and Rayfield over the Burgomaster, she shrieks in agony. A cry that pierces your ears, and you've heard the same come from the Duskin Elf. She is not dead, but she is witnessing the death of her father. And she runs over and falls over on top of him, nearly pushing Rayfield out of the way. And she cries and holds him close, moving his body, attempting to get his hands to wrap around her maybe one last time. But they don't. They're still. And she's just crying into the chest of her father. And she cries, and she cries, and she cries for longer. Until she cannot hiccup more tears. And you see her almost erect herself and turn around and say, "My brother. What about my brother?"
Irina is sort of going to exhale just a bit, and she's going to say, "He's alive. He's alive."
And her face will sour again, and she'll say, "Does he know?"
He does.
And
He's upstairs, Irina.
she'll put her hand to her eyes first to her eyes to wipe some tears, and then back to her mouth as she lets out this silent cry. And she gets up and she stumbles again. You can tell she doesn't have strength, really.
Is she over by Rayfield now, by the
Yep.
Burgomaster, by the former Burgomaster?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, then in that case, he'll stand up with her and try to just give her a hand, try to steady her, and maybe nod his head towards the stairs. Perhaps we should go to Ismark.
She'll look over and she'll look around. She'll say, "Thank you." And she'll see Chef on the ground. She'll say, "Is he?"
He's alive. He's fine. Please, I
You'll
want you to see
You'll see her.
that your brother is alive.
You'll see her dig into maybe a bag that has been strapped around her for a while now, and she pulls out a simple potion, a regular potion of healing. And then she'll say, "Give this to him, please, Irene."
Yes, of course. And she will take the potion from Irina, and she'll go over to Chef, and she will help him drink it.
To which Irina will be already walking away with Rayfield, and whoever would be going with him to go upstairs.
So just checking, max healing for a regular potion is 10 health.
Right, let me 6.
All right.
Before they go into the Rayfield is just gonna stop the two of them just outside and just before they go in, he's gonna turn to her and just put a hand on her shoulder and say, Irina, he is alive, and he is going to be fine. But it is important that you know that he was quite injured during the battle. I want you to be prepared for that before we go in.
More tears. And she just shakes her head at you and she says, okay. Okay. And she'll grab your hand to kind of lead her in.
Yeah, he'll take her with one hand. He'll take it. The other, he'll slowly push the door open, and just before she goes in, he'll just take a look to see what's the current setting is in there.
Wonderful. As we go in there, we're going to pause there for a moment, and we're back down with Irene and Chef and Oksana. Irene, you administered the potion to Chef.
I did.
Awesome. And Chef, you awake to a new scene.
Chef's eyes bolt open, and he flails and struggles, saying, "What? Where?
Easy, friend. You're safe.
Oh, Irene, the manor. We succeeded? Wait, where is Calm?
Yeah, I guess you could say we succeeded, but not without our own losses. And
What-
she's
what
going
do you-
to... She'll gesture to the burgomaster. And
Chef
she
will
will
again.
she will hang her head in solemn.
No, but how? We drove them back. Where did they come from? The wolf? Where? Who did this?
We still don't have many answers, Chef. We've only just gotten back to the mansion, and it looks as though Irina was bitten. Ismark is alive, but he's not doing well, and everything is just so bad right now. But we're alive.
I see. Please lead me to them here today. I need to know what happened while I was gone.
Yes, right away. This way.
And what about Oksana? Are you going to? Awesome.
Yeah, she will just shadow behind them.
Wonderful. But we'll have Rayfield and Irina inside. What did Rayfield see as he was leading Irina in Calm?
Ismark is mostly bandaged. Now, she's moving around things to... She's moving around the bed and everything, the sheets, to make sure he's comfortable. Pulling away some of the more blood-soaked items. As they walk inside, Calm turns back. She looks over at Rayfield and then sees Irina with him. She offers an approving nod, glad that Irina's safe. But her face remains as neutral as ever. She almost tries to stand in the way of Ismark and her. At least not brace herself a little bit more brace Irina a little bit more for the sight. But she realizes that it's probably more important that she steps to the side and just kind of ushers her towards him.
And Rayfield will lead her over if she is still by his hand and still needs his help, sort of getting there.
the case, Jin?
Oop, sorry. And so, and she will need your help as she heads over there, and then finally you give her space, and the hands that she used to wipe her tears away to cover her mouth, and you see it finally breaks from her as she reaches over to the bandaged area where his arm used to be, and then she'll hesitate before she touches, and she'll look at her brother, and then inspect anywhere else that needed to be bandaged, which I'm sure Calm definitely did in that time. And she'll slowly lean onto the bed, and then almost like trying to avoid hurting him, you see his arm is out there, and she'll like crawl into bed and then cry just on top of her brother, who's unconscious now, and it seems like he'll be in a deep sleep for a while. And she's just crying, and she's just trying to be as ginger as possible.
Rayfield is gonna, in seeing this, he's gonna turn to the others and sort of trying to, now he's gonna be the one sort of standing between everybody else and them. And seeing not only him and Calm in the room, as well as the pair, but also now Irene and also Chef, and you see standing in the doorway, and he's like, all right, perhaps, and he's gonna look back at the grieving sister, perhaps could take this outside. I think they need some time. Whatever our next steps are.
Yes, of course. Please, let us get some merit, and would you be so kind as to catch a man up on everything that's happened?
And just before they go, Rayfield's just gonna, Irina, if you need anything, be just downstairs. And without waiting for an answer, because she probably just wants time with her brother, he's gonna get out of there. And he's also gonna, I think, make his way all the way back down to the first floor, so they're not just standing. We're gonna give you some space. Stands outside the room.
If I may, as Irene is coming out of the room, it looked as though Oksana had not went into that room. Irene went out first. If it's all right, Irene is going to approach Oksana before everyone would have come out, and she's just going to be like, I'd like to have a word with you.
Oh, of course.
And she's going to sort of lead the way downstairs. Okay.
So that is,
and into her room.
So that is Irene and Oksana outside. This was before Rayfield and Calm and Chef filed out.
That's right.
Okay. Wonderful.
May I say too, before they make it out of the room, Chef grips Calm's arm steadily and says, "I'm glad you made it out, my friend." You're muted.
Yes, I am muted, in fact, correct. Mom has been standing tall for a while, but the squeeze on her injured arm, she's quite injured, so she kind of winces at Chef. But her attention turns to him. She just kind of shakes her head a little bit. We barely made it.
Chef notices the winds and says, "Ah, my apologies. Ah, don't let me put you down now. Ah, man, I believe I owe you a good drink or two, huh?"
Just the one. You did take that hit from me.
Just the same. We'll get around to that when we can, eh?
Yes. And then I think this is the time she just turns around and
Wonderful.
kind of files out from her purse by herself.
So we have Oksana and Irene who were having like a smaller conversation just before you guys started to file out. So yeah, go ahead and please have that conversation.
Irene is going to sort of pace around her room just a bit, and she has her arms folded across her chest, and she has this expression where she looks sort of deep in thought, and then she turns to Oksana and she says, "I may not say very much very often, but I do observe, and I couldn't help but notice what a stark change in your demeanor there has been ever since the arrival of that horrid elf man. Is there something bothering you?"
Oh, no, I'm sorry to have worried you. He just frightened me. So it was upsetting.
Irene ponders this for a moment, and her eyes sort of settle on you a bit. And you can tell she's not quite convinced, but she's not one to press matters. And she just sort of says, "All right, if you say so. I understand it's been a terribly arduous night for all of us. But if something was bothering you and there was something wrong, I just need you to know that we're all in this together and we need to trust each other."
I understand that I am sorry for my reaction. It's not helpful. I understand that.
And she chuckles. "Please don't apologize. You're always helpful. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything else troubling you. But if all it was that you were frightened, then I won't press it further."
Thank you.
And so where do you guys, if you guys are done, where do you all meet? Do you guys decide you're going to meet in the foyer? Do you guys decide you're going to meet here in the living room, in the parlor?
I figured the foyer, like on the first floor.
Sure.
In front of the dead body.
Yeah, well, something needs to be done about that too.
Yeah, I was gonna say as everyone comes down here, Rayfield is actually going to give Calm and Chef a bit of an annoyed, just tired and annoyed look as they continue to talk instead of filing out of the room as he asked them to. Just seeing, up close the Burgomaster and seeing up close the emotions that Irina was going through. I think them just continuing to talk in there for a moment and almost having a reconciliation moment in front of the grieving sister. It touched him in a way, and he's not sure how to feel about it. So he's just gonna, as they're finishing their conversation, he's just gonna go past them and come down the steps, and just with a tired voice, looking at the burgomaster as if this is the third corpse too many today. I know it's raining, but we need to bury him sooner rather than later. Now, I think.
He must have a proper burial.
Wonderful. Hold on. Let me cut in here. For those of you, Oksana Rayfield, and I think this is generally known. Anytime there is a burgomaster, right, or maybe even specifically barons, right, as well. When they pass, they have a plot of land, usually a plot of area for them available at their church.
Like a state. Yeah. Alright.
And that's because this isn't always handed down to their families, right? And so they usually have this off-site at a shared church. And just to throw that out there so you guys understand, if you guys are attempting to bury this person, that is probably where they would have their plot ready for them.
Yeah. And I guess with Rayfield taking the lead on this conversation, he'll pass that along. He'll say, essentially what Judah just said. Usually, people of his standing, they tend to have a plot or space for them, usually marked by other family or their ancestors, just a spot that they would have picked out and paid for their future resting place. Did anyone see perhaps the church as we passed through? Fear, I can't remember it.
I think it's best that we find somewhere temporary to leave his body, somewhere cold maybe, so that he doesn't start decomposing right away. Perhaps in the basement, and when we get around to it, we will ask either Ismark or Irina or someone where that plot of land might be.
Without saying anything, actually, Rayfield is going to head back up the stairs for probably about 2 minutes, if you guys want to talk with Adam.
I am familiar with where the churchyard is, though I don't know if Ismark and Irina might want to be there for the burial. If we could just clean him up, then in the morning maybe.
Of course. Please, I've been away for too long. Please, let me do the deed. I will lead the Burgomaster to the basement until we can fetch him once more in the morning.
Just a moment, Chef. And as Chef will say that, Rayfield you will hear his footsteps before you see him, and when he eventually does come down the stairs, he'll be holding what looks like the long and sort of rich-looking blanket and sheets from off the top of his bed, just loosely folded up in his arms, enough to cover and wrap Burgomaster, big as he is, a couple times over, just to treat the body with respect and prepare it a little bit, but also to not have to look the dead man in the eyes. Chef, help me with this.
Chef solemnly nods and goes to help Rayfield with the task at hand.
And I imagine it'll be a job of Chef doing the lifting and Rayfield doing the tucking and folding and wrapping and almost sort of modifying him in a way before putting the final richly colored sheet over him, and just depositing him, the entire mass of him now, in Chef's arms.
Wonderful. You'll take it to the
Chef,
basement then?
please.
Oh, sorry.
Chef,
go ahead.
please take him, if you will.
Of course.
Alright, give me a second. Let me give you the basement. And not prep this one, but if you go down to the bottom, fortunately I didn't set up the teleporter is all. So
Unfortunate.
I didn't know you guys were gonna go
I
there.
can- I can take your marker if you need it.
Here, I'll take it. Oop, oop, I got it. Alright. Model, do you see it?
Ah, I see it now.
Ah, there you go. Awesome. So that is the basement. So you'll descend there. What are the rest of you doing at that time?
I think from here, probably gonna take off her clothes. She's just peeling off the outer, the bloodied parts of her armor, and she's just gonna walk to where her room was. But that it's just it's a little ritual in a way to calm himself a little. Everything's been quite stressful. So I think she's just gonna seclude herself for the moment. Clear her head.
Rayfield thinks about as she passes by them. Maybe they share a look, maybe they don't. But as she passes by, he'll think about stopping her, because first and foremost, they as a group do need to talk about what happened. Do need to talk about next steps. But part of him understands. Part of him also wants to get away right now. Part of him is still a little annoyed about what happened up in the siblings' room, so he's gonna, whatever twitch of the hand was gonna begin to go after her, settles at his side again.
Sana is going to just nod to Irene and Rayfield and head back towards the kitchen, just to gather water and clean cloth and any food that's still left to prepare to take up to the siblings' room.
Okay, Chef. We'll have you continue down.
Alright, Chef is continuing downward, just trying to find a room suitable enough to lay him down for the time being.
Wonderful. You have these two large giant doors, probably lead to a cellar for sure. And you open these doors to reveal just that, a wine cellar with many of these bottles that are here are weathered, they're used, they're emptied, and you see that these are the places in which Irina has been working at for some time. And then at the very end, there's a table. Large table, maybe meant to have some secret meetings to test the wine, at least in maybe another life. But here, looks like a suitable place.
Chef clears the table, or at least shoves aside the glasses and the tape and the platter and lays the former owner of the manor down on the table. He pays his respects very silently, just bows his head, just silently thanking him for his hospitality, for the kindness that he's shown before heading back up the stairs.
And as you turn around, Chef, that long hall down, you'll see a figure looking at you, standing at the open doors. You couldn't save them. You couldn't save any of them.
Chef, wide-eyed, goes, "Who? Did you do this?"
And it walks forward, and it's getting closer to you, and you see another of your kind, Chef, looking at you. Walking, the candlelight is barely casting a silhouette on them. You can't see them, but you can see certainly it's a bear folk. You couldn't save any
Chef.
of them before. And it gets closer.
Chef shakes his head and says, "No. This is a trick, the same as the manor. You're not actually here, are you?"
We are with you. Yes, I am here. And it'll walk towards you, getting closer. And now you can't save these people.
Chef resolute says, No, I will. I'm not alone in this either. I will keep them safe. This will not be what it was before.
It already is. You fall. You cannot fight. Your friends will abandon you when they find out you are weak. It'll walk closer, and finally, you'll see, in front of you is the old chef, one who taught you your craft. But now their body is eviscerated in this new light, torn, cut, bleeding. Its flesh is missing, and most importantly, there are bite marks in its neck. And it comes closer to you now. You cannot save any of them.
Chef collapses onto his knees, unable to take the sight. Now I know for sure it's not really you. My teacher was many things. A hard instructor, a faraway man when it came to affection, but he would never hurt me in this way. He would tell me to fight on. It's not really you, teacher. This I know. But I will tell you once again, whatever you are, you do not know me. I see the ends of your deception, but I can see the beginnings of my strength just beginning to be tapped into. You do not know my limits.
You look up. The hallway is empty. The candles are lit. Still.
Chef
alone.
slowly raises back up. He scans the room once more for any signs of an apparition before he very slowly trudges back up the stairs, tears still fresh running down his face at the sight of his teacher long gone, now dredged back up from his memory.
Beautiful. We're gonna get you back over to the first floor in just a moment while I set up a little teleport for you. Should work now.
It do. Oh,
Wonderful. Oops. Alright. And you make your way up. The lights are there. And Oksana, are you in the kitchen?
Yeah, just gathering up anything she can find, really. If she can find any wine or alcohol, she'll take that as well.
Alright, you hear noise coming from the kitchen in front of you, Chef.
Chef slowly takes his eyes off the floor and towards the kitchen. He very gently is taken back to the days of his instruction. The days where, even though celebration was looked at as something that invited weakness, complacency in his village, he still found it within him to find some kind of happiness among his village. He remembered his teacher, or even though he didn't share the enthusiasm that he did for the end of the day, the gathering of foods and loved ones alike, he still had the zeal for the craft, for the art that was cooking. And so, with a slightly faster step, he trudged towards the kitchen. He filled the kitchen once again with his voice. Please, if you will, I've been away from this place for too long. I wish to go back where I belong.
I think Oksana is just shell-shocked by the emotion from Chef. He's been so jovial and friendly up until now. She'll just go to his side. I thought if I could find something to take up to them, it might help. If you could assist me, though, I don't really know what I'm doing.
Of course, my friend. It will help. Just, please, let your friend Chef, let him busy himself with the trimmings and the cooking, yes? I'll make us something fine. You will see.
Oksana will just nod and be silent, I think, recognizing a similar frantic energy in Chef, and she'll just quietly assist him as he cooks, just handing him things and clearing up after him.
Chef will go and, remembering the motions, almost like an old friend puppeting his hands. He'll go to it, to the dough, to the flour, to whatever meats and spices that he can get his hands on. He'll go to making his signature dish, the one that he was known for in his village. Buns stuffed with spiced meats and beans and whatever delicacies he could find. A hodgepodge of proteins and spices and juices filling in to a nice, flaky, crusty bun. Something to take the weariness out of your bones, something to warm the body through and through after a day's work. This was something that he would do daily, and he would have his appreciation of the quiet that came with it, but now he had more appreciation for it still, knowing that there was a friendly pair of hands willing to do the helping required for it, and knowing that there will be mouths to feed and appreciation to be had, even if the day was as sorrowful and bleak as it was, there was still a warmth to be found, and Chef would take care to stoke this warmth back up into those who needed it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Irene and Rayfield, what are you guys doing?
I think
You might be
for
You
now-
might be muted again, Yoon. I don't know if you decided to talk.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna give her a chance. Sorry,
Oh.
sorry, Chris.
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
She...
Did you want to say something? No, absolutely.
So, Irene stands in the foyer with Rayfield, and she's sort of kind of back against this little corner wall here, and she's rubbing her temples in sort of just a moment of quiet. And obviously a lot happened, so she's trying to steady herself, and then she notices Rayfield is there, and if he's looking at her, she would offer him a warm smile and just sort of give an exasperated sigh.
Interestingly enough, Rayfield, once in his entire life, is not going to be looking at Irene. He has been sort of just going through the motions since the fight ended, especially since they got back to the house and Ismark and the party came across the burgomaster dead and Irina barely alive. Ever since that elf showed up in the square and it took him to his knees, the screaming and the wailing might physically be gone from his ears, but mentally it is still playing quite loudly in his brain. So Rayfield right now is, having, taken Irina up the stairs, gone back to his bedroom and gotten all of the stuff off his bed to wrap the burgomaster and just, telling Chef to get rid of the body. All of this has come from a very mechanical, sort of place in him. And even now, he is just, since there are no more tasks, it feels like, to complete at the moment, he's sort of just shutting down a little bit. He's his head is just knocked to the side a little bit, just eyes tilted down a little bit half lidded, just tired, just with a bit of a long stare in his eyes, maybe looking towards the plants or the stairs, but not anything really.
In that moment, Irene isn't really sure if the faraway look in his eyes and his demeanor is something that up until this point she hasn't really seen out of Rayfield. So I think she would probably take a few steps towards him and just softly ask him, how are you holding up?
Rayfield is finally some light is gonna come back to his eyes as he slowly pulls his head up and looks towards Irene. Irene, what we and he'll start to talk before just squeezing his eyes shut and sort of just trying to master himself for a moment before continuing to speak. Irene, what is to become of us? To all of us? That man in the yard, everything that's happened, the burgomaster. I fear it's hopeless. And he'll there's a laugh in his voice, but it is joy at all, one of almost relinquishing hope. He is she has been his sort of rock to lean on through the toughness. But of course, with Ismark's situation obviously being dire than his own, Irene was preoccupied there and with the dealings with the elf. Um, he's been a bit of an island for the past hour or so, and he seems to be slipping a little bit.
Irene, her expression softens and her lids fall just a bit, and she steps even closer to Rayfield. And as there's been a sort of familiarity with them in terms of physical touch, she feels comfortable enough to take his hand, and she steps so that she's in front of him and he can see her face. And she says to him, I don't know what's to become of us, Rayfield, but you are strong and you did so well tonight. And no matter what happens, I'll be with you every step of the way. Perhaps just a small comfort, but all that I can offer.
Rayfield is in hearing it is going to resonate with him. It is perhaps the only person right now beyond even maybe Chef or beyond Call, anybody else saying something to him. Her words do get through somewhat. Thinking to the fight earlier, not the fight with the single plague spreader, but the wall that they defended and the job that they together, not just the two of them, but as a party and as a team, they held back what they were in charge of holding back. They did their job. They did it with everybody, for better or worse, on their feet at the end of it. And it is almost a shame that their victory had spun so sorely into bitterness as fast as it did. But he does, with her words, he does recall the good job they did, and specifically to rally himself, the job that he put in, the courage, perhaps even, that he rarely shows that he showed in that moment for Calm's sake and for Chef. And then his mind goes to the words that she had said after that about them being together through it all, and what quote unquote little comfort she might provide him. And in this moment, he will find his physicality back to him, and not only will he you know be more, he will hold the hand that she is holding tighter, but he will also at the same time take up her other hand and hold them both up, sort of just off to the side, and squeezing her hands, and maybe even take a smaller step closer, so that the space between them is quite slight. And tiredness in his face, just the dirt caked, and the old sweat, and just the exhaustion from the day does seem to lighten just a little bit, maybe just one furrowed brow less because of her. Irene, you provide no small comfort in these matters. I fear, no, I know, without you here, without you next to me, without you battle, just being able to see you walking and seeing you okay, and knowing that for less you are unhurt, it it makes me feel like a man that I'm not. Honestly, it makes me feel like Lord Ismark in a way, where he has his town to protect. Call me silly, but in the short time we've known each other, I feel as if in my heart you have become my town, my village, my people, that I would do great things for and gain the strength to do such things to protect. Forgive me. Probably shouldn't talk all this, given the circumstance. And he'll trail off for a moment, but he will say, "But just know, I mean what I say."
Irene's face will bloom with color at the very one of the last things that he had spoken of, and she sort of tilts her chin away a bit embarrassed at his boldness. This isn't something that she rarely gets from Rayfield, but um, uh, she she will say, "Yes, I feel the same way. I have come to care for you, Rayfield. Um, and I do hope that you will not be troubled any further for the night."
Miss Spellweaver, if I might ask, if I have not asked too much already from you, I would ask one more favor for the night.
Uh, Anything.
And he'll just give a long breath out and screw his eyes closed again for just a moment, trying to settle himself and finding that strength that she gives her. I don't imagine I will be sleeping much tonight. And as a fact, I don't imagine many of the others will be sleeping much either. could we perhaps spend the night together?
Uh, her eyes are going to kind of shoot open quite widely. Um, and she looks at his face, and his expression is not one of mm, someone who is threatening or someone who has poor intentions. He just looks sincerely, um, as if just the thought of being near her would put him at more peace. And in that moment, that's really all she wants to provide for him. And so she gives a small nod of her head, and she sort of covers her hand with her mouth, and um, shyly she says, perhaps we can figure out some sort of arrangement.
Of course, and please, I forgive my wording. Meant just your proximity, of course, my lady.
She nods in understanding. Um, Before that, however, maybe we should join the others and just check that they're doing all right.
Yes, yes, I I agree. And he'll get some verve back in his voice as the idea comes to mind, and also, thankfully, as he's given a task to do. Yes, yes, you're right. Um, I believe I hear either Chef or Oksana, or perhaps both, in the kitchen. Um, perhaps they're making something for us or the house. If you would please, perhaps go talk to them and just ask them if they would, perhaps meet us in the dining room. In a moment, I shall go talk to Calm and see if I might convince her to partake. And if not, I will be along shortly, with or without her.
Yes, of course. And she will turn to head towards the kitchen and reluctantly take her hands from his.
Yeah, and as she does as he bid her, he almost gets a grimace as their hands, first their hands extend, and then their arms get to the longest point where they could still be making contact, and then the fingers reach out to the final moment, until the final, just barest tip of the middle finger, before finally having, of course, to release. And it does feel like he's losing. Just, he can still see her. Of course, she has left him for mere moments at this point. But even just that loss of physicality, it just feels as if something is missing. Something that he would desperately like to hold on to. But he knows, he hopes that he will see her soon. And so he begins to walk over to Calm's room and knocks on the door.
Before we get over to Calm and Rayfield, Chef and Oksana, Irene will probably be maybe joining you, right? Are you guys in the dining room?
I'm thinking Chef's gonna make his buns. Of course, offer one to Oksana first for the help. then just go like sequentially to whoever's closest, offering the buns for dinner.
Wonderful.
Roxana will take it from him gratefully and then take up a plate just to drop off to the siblings before everyone reconvenes.
All right. All right, Rayfield and Kong.
As the pair split up, Rayfield will go to Calm's door and just give it a quiet tap. If she is asleep, or rather be left alone at the moment, he's not going to make too much of a fuss. Like I was saying before with him, he honestly would love to be in her situation right now, just taking a load off and decompressing. But talk and planning needs to be had with or without her. So he knocks.
There's a pause. She's not so much relaxing as she is just simply tending to her wounds. She's already peeled off most of her armor. She's just left in her loose shirt. Some of her sleeve rolled up too. Dab at the blood and cover any gashes or slashes. And she perks up as she hears a knock at her door. She ponders for a moment about opening it. Really, she's had very little time to herself. Something that she direly requires. But she motions to open it just in case. Kind of cracks open the door. Yes, Rayfield.
He is just going to. He's just going to look at her for a long moment. Perhaps long to the point where she might even say something before he does, but this is the first moment it feels like they have just had a moment to themselves, out of danger for the most part. The clock isn't ticking, people are safe or otherwise. It is just these two old friends with a lifetime between each other, lifetime without each other. And for the first time, he is just going to take in the woman he's become every time up until this moment when he looks at her. The old cat that he knew from Marin's turn would stare back at him for a moment before becoming the woman she is, but he's using this moment to just solidify in his mind that that's not the cat she is anymore. The cat she is the one that stood in front of him right now. He's using this moment to put that in his mind.
He would never have the first word in a conversation, usually. But she kind of like has a wry look in her eye as Rayfield stares at her. As she almost grimaces as she wonders if this was anything important enough for her to stop reading herself. But he speaks. Did you need something? Are you okay?
That two things she said there enter his mind very differently. Do you need anything? And are you okay? He had come there with a purpose. He had come there just to, first and foremost, invite her out to the dining area, perhaps eat some food, check over their wounds together, and make a plan going forward. And second of all, he just wanted to check on his friend. So as she asked the question, his mouth does begin to open for a moment to answer, to invite her into the main room. Then it was quickly followed by the second. Are you okay? And those are words that, despite their distance and despite the letters and the messages and the scant communication that they had had over the years, despite everything she had told him that had happened to her along that way, that is something that he had never bothered, never even thought to say to her. He had kept in communication, and he was always dire to learn more about her, but to him it was almost of a point of interest after a while, rather than concern, as if in some sick way, perhaps twisted by the world he had begun to get controlled by and molded by, it had become a competition in his brain. She had asked him, of course, at least at the beginning, how he was, but he had never done it in return. And now, here after all these years, here she was again, asking after him. Big tears would begin to form in the boy's eyes as the weight of his misdeeds and the weight of his transgressions against her, paired with the fact that it was him that had invited her, not into the multiverse cell, it seems, but into a nightmare. The tears would begin to fall. His voice would get ragged, his breathing pulled in sharply as he stared, and he would finally talk, and all he could say to her, all he could say as he puts a hand on the doorway to try and bridge some of the space between them, he would just say, Callie, I am so, so sorry. I am so sorry for bringing you here. I am so sorry for everything that's happened. I abandoned you during those years, but you needed me most. I didn't. It's not that I didn't care, I just. And his voice trails off, and he gives no excuse, no reason for his mistreatment of her. Because he doesn't have one. Because above all, in these past 10 years, the one thing, the only thing that he has been a bad friend.
Um, in a way, isn't surprised. At his, I wouldn't say outburst, but his outpouring of emotion. He's always been like this. But he did know in her heart that she held a certain contempt for him, one that had been stewing for many, many years. One that has led her to treat him less like the friend that she knows he is, and more like a person she tolerates. As she looks down at Rayfield. Mm, she snatches at him. She quickly draws him in for a hug, as as a sibling would for any uh, other uh, person, for any other for their brother or sister. And they, holding him close, calming him. It's okay, Mayfield. I understand.
As this happens, as his emotions finally, he has been feeling this way since the beginning, since the nightmare started, but if only in this moment of solitude has he not let it. The emotions finally decided that they had had enough of his stifling. It was happening now, whether he wanted them to or not. And as she draws him in, he just sort of melts into her embrace. There's no strength in his body save for what little keeps him on his feet and what little comes through his arms to pull around the back of her. And those quiet those quiet tears turn into sobs. Those it is not quite a wail, but buried within her shirt and buried within her arms and her embrace. He will be loud and his sorrow will be severe, and all the grief that he has felt thus far and all the years and the distance between them will just spill out from the boy, and he will just try and hold her as strong as he can. He is not a strong, of course, but in this moment with his arms around her back, that even for a strong woman, like that grip will feel secure, as if he never wants to let go. And as they stand there and as the emotions come out of him that are finally allowed to be released in this moment, time will pass and he will slowly quiet. The there's still some hiccuping and still some sniffling, um, but he will get his voice back, and he will finally just pull back from her a little bit and just place a hand on the abdomen to just create just a little distance between them. Still very close, but just enough to where he can look up at her again. Calm. I I don't know what to say. It's been so long, and his voice will start to break again a little bit. It's as if he has a time limit how long he can speak before the emotions start to overwhelm once more. But he swallows it down because crying will do little for him here in the place of sin, in the place of apologies and explanations. When I got taken, I thought of nothing but you. Marin's Turn was where I grew up, but you were my home. You were what I lost when I was taken. And I know things were so hard for you, and I am so, so sorry that I did not try harder. That I did not try hard to bridge the gap that had formed between us. Please, please let me, whatever might come of this next part of our life, please, please let us do it together. Please let us stay together again as a family, please. It is the part of the shirt that he is touching will just he'll just sort of grip the fabric a little bit, not in a threatening way, of course, but just desperate to keep her by.
Pulls him in one more time, but just for a moment to push him back push them both into the hallway, the little uh living room here. And when she peels him off, she lifts her free hand, her free arm, wipes away his tears. And then gently peels him from her. And in her way, she's she smiles. It's an almost unnatural look from any who haven't seen it, but it seems genuine. And as she does, she makes sure she's straightening him out a little bit, tidying him up like a like a s- like he's family, like he needs to be presentable for something. And she just, I smell food, field.
Yes, yes. Oh, oh, oh. And the emotions of the event will finally wane enough to where his mind will come back to him. The thoughts of the present rather than thoughts of the past. Um, oh, oh, yes. Uh, um, and he'll swallow hard. Um, Apologies. I had not come to say all of that. I wished I wished you'd join us in the dining room once again. I believe either Oksana and Chef making something for us to eat, and I wished us go over our next steps and what we will do from here. Um, I was not going to disturb you if you were already asleep. Gods know we all need it. But I wanted to check all the same.
And her final piece of physical affection is to rest her paw on his shoulder and nods. I appreciate it, Field. We should get something to eat before anything else. And you should clean yourself up. Air anything. And she chuckles a little bit.
Rayfield will see that sort of canny smile the Pantheran woman has, and rare as it was, he has seen it before, and he knows that it is genuine. Along with her last words, there, he will manage to screw his face into something a little more positive and hang his head. It's a bit of an exaggeration before slowly nodding. Um, yes, right. I'm. God, I'm filthy. I'm going to get out of this. Then he just almost gestures to the entirety of himself as he says this. I am going to get out of this, and I will meet you all in the dining area. Calm, I'm so glad you're here. And he'll have a final little just break of emotion just at the end, as if the last bit of his relief and remorse mixes in to a final thought that he cannot help but voice. And with that, he will bid her adieu and go back up to his room to do what he can for his appearance.
Probably follows her nose from here. And heads towards the kitchen. And I think that's it.
And real quick, just as he goes up the stairs, because I'm seeing it on the second level, Erica, what is Oksana doing over there? Is she...
I don't know on the timing, but she would have just gone in for a few moments with a plate of food and then come back out without it, not just quietly closing the door, not insisting on conversation or disturbing them any further than she has to.
Do you want them to engage each other, or do you want it to be them missing each other?
Either way, if you have a plan.
I never do, but let's do it anyway.
I would like to give time for Irene and Chef.
Okay, then in that case, they miss each other, and Rayfield's gonna go wash up.
Thank you.
Another time, Oksana. Another time.
Between Chef and Irene?
Chef notices another set of steps coming into the kitchen that were not Oksana. He turns and sees the woman that he bestowed a name onto. Ah, my friend, you have impeccable timing. I think it's about time that everyone here got a taste of what I'm known for, eh?
Irene smiles and crosses her arms over her chest and sort of tilts her chin a little higher. She always feels very comfortable and always a little bit more confident when she's around Chef. And she says, I think I've waited long enough. I've heard you talk about it enough, and I would like to see and try for myself.
Well then, wait no more, my... These buns, filled with meat and beans, everything that a starving soul could want. These were what I was known for in my village. Please, help yourself.
Irene's gonna kind of waft with her hand the smell of the decadent food in front of her, and she's just gonna be, her eyes are gonna be closed, and it's like the first little respite that she's had in what feels like days, although it's only been hours that they've gone through this nightmare on this night, and she's just gonna say, smells amazing. Can't wait to try. And she's gonna take a big old bite right in front of Chef, and she's gonna nod her head and in absolute joy and approval. And she's like, expectations well exceeded.
Ah, yes, this. And Chef slowly leans back on the wall. It feels like a long time since I've felt at home this way. Uh, I honestly, it feels. I know the last time that I've fed someone, but it feels longer than that. And he remembers the apparition in the cellar, and he can't help himself. He tries to bring it, just hide it as well as he can, but he knows that anyone with the insight of a doorknob could tell that there was a weight on Chef, but he would still try to bear it all the same. Uh, I. It's been a long time since I've done. You know? Have you? I mean, have you ever heard of a chef cooking for? It must have been days now. But I am glad you're the first person to try it.
Thank you, Chef. I'm glad that I got to try it too, and I'm happy to see you in the place where you belong. As horrible as it sounds, you belong in the kitchen.
There is no other place I'd rather belong, my friend. And don't worry, this will not be the last that you taste from me, yeah?
I would certainly hope not. And she does notice that despite his normal jovial disposition, there is just something a bit off, and it could just be the terrible events of the night, or it could be something else. And so she's just gonna kind of lean against the counter to her back a bit, and she's just gonna check in with him. Are you truly okay, Chef? We were all really worried about you tonight.
Chef, picking up on the undercurrent of what she asks, went to his usual fare of remaining tough in the face of adversity, but then he stopped himself. He remembered what he left behind, the traditions that he wanted to stay buried in his village. He wanted to know what it felt like to not be the only rock that can be leaned on. Ah, ah. I could say that the events of the day have left me a bit worse for wear, and it would be true. I I'm tired of pretending that everything is okay.
Irene nods knowingly. It can be exhausting, Chef. Well, you don't have to pretend around me.
Chef looks on at her solemnly. You know, I was more than content with leaving what I've seen, the things that happened before I found myself here in the past where I hoped they would be buried. But even though I know I will fight until my last gasp in this place, if it means taking these monsters down, I won't. No, I need someone to know what I have went through, if you will let me, Irene.
She sort of leans forward a bit more, her expression one of genuine intrigue and interest. If he were to be looking at her, this expression should be encouraging for him, that she genuinely wants to hear what he has to say. And she says, "Of course, Chef. Um, I'll listen happily."
Chef runs his hand down his face, just wondering where he could even start with this. Where would be the appropriate start and where to end it even. He supposed that the traditions of his village, everything that he had come to know, would be a decent place. We bad folk, we are reclusive, as I am sure you are well aware. We we don't see the other races as ones worth standing next to us. We, our ancestors, they've walked these lands for a very, very long time, long before the age of man and elves. They shaped the earth. They gave us the rivers and trees, and we, as their kin, believe that we had to uphold this tradition, even if we are a little bit smaller. But something about that age-old tradition left joy out of our memories. We saw it as something that was weak, something that bred complacency, left if left unchecked for too long would be our undoing. Maybe there is some truth to that, but can a man not revel in his achievements and knowing that his loved ones near him are still there? But I'm uh, I'm getting off topic. Let me get back on it. Yes, I had these thoughts when I first saw the Vistani traveling underneath our mountain pass. It was a night like any other. Just me on my duties as usual. But something about the lights, the dancing, the music that I could faintly hear. It was a warmth in our absolute unending snowstorm of a mountain, yes? So I came down there, and they did not welcome me with open arms, as you may have imagined, but Chef, if he has anything, he has. Ah, he does not give up easy, yes? So,
Surely not.
well, he tried. Many days, many days. He realized that they were a folk of wares, so he brought whatever cooking he could swipe through the village. Of course, this was strictly at night, where no one would notice, so they were not always there, but eventually I made well, maybe not a friend, but a business partner. Pepper. She was known for her spices. And were those spices potent? If I were to use them here, I don't think you're savoring that bun now. But many things passed between us: food, spices, stories, anything that was considered of value. I suppose it was lucky that I met the only other bear in that series of carriages. And then again, sometimes nowadays, I wonder if it was so lucky at all. Well, there was a night where just this trading happened. Everything was going fine. I gave her a very nice rack of jerky. I'm sure she enjoyed it. And she giving me some more stories of the Vistani, of herself. I wonder sometimes if I had stayed, I would even become a friend, but now I guess I will not know for sure. But I made my way back up the mountain, and I saw the smoke that came from our fires. But there was something wrong with it. There was too much of it, too sporadic, too it started to coat the sky above. I wondered if we had some kind of incident. Maybe one of the sharp-toothed beasts managed to find their way into our village. So I hurried it up. I had to see for myself to see if they needed backup or something, but... And Chef, coming back to the memories that he long since pushed back, started to choke him, but he went on. I don't know when they could have come, Irene. There was so many bodies, not of wolf or yeti. I've tried since then to piece together the thoughts that I've kept pushed back, but I guess I've done my job a little too well. The bodies in the rafters, the heads on pikes, the fighters burning down homes that once knew and family. My village was gone. And somehow, in some miracle or taunting of the monsters that raided my village, whatever, I was the only one to make it out. I went to the Elder. I had to find someone amongst that carnage, anyone who could have survived. Surely the hunters or warriors, someone had survived. Surely my people, they were strong. They always look down on the weak because they themselves knew nothing stopped them until something did. There were marks on their necks, things I'd never seen before, things that it was not the usual gashes of the wolves' claws or the bites of yetis. No, it felt too uniform, too intentional. Little pricks on their necks, two little holes, but the rest of the body was cold, dead, not moving. Something came from outside our village, had its way with it. I found eventually that no one survived, much to my own fears. I felt sorrow, but more than anything, I felt anger that they took from me what I had took for granted, even if they weren't the family that I was looking for. I took the runes off the Elder's back. They were meant for holy folk. They were mediums used to channel the magic energy of our forefathers. I don't know why I can use them, but whoever can tell me now is long gone. I made my way back to Pepper, told her of the news, begged her, pleaded with her to tell me who could have done such a thing. The Vistani were a people of stories. Surely they had a lead somewhere. She tried to fight me on it. I guess somewhere in her, even she felt a sort of kinship with me. And eventually I got to her. All she could give me was a children's story of monsters hiding in the land we're in now. How true her stories were. And Chef laughs bitterly, tears once again finding its way down his face. She spoke of treasures being guarded, but I didn't care about that. I wanted to find whoever it was did that and feel the life seep out of my hands as they took their last breath. And I have found many a monster here, but nothing matching what could have gone into our village. Sometimes I think about what could have been if I had been there, and then I stop myself knowing that I was not warriors. I would have been taken just as easily. But right now is what matters. We are stuck in a land governed by a monster of its own kind, Strahd. And I will choke the answers out of him if I have to. But until that day comes, I I stand here in my home, in my kitchen, and I will help you all as much as I can. Thank you, Irene. I didn't know how much longer I could keep that in, but I'm glad it was you that saw me for myself, not not the beast that the villagers are afraid of, not the beast that Rayfield is no doubt scared of, even though he saved my life. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm sorry you have to save the rock crumbling like this, yeah?
Irene looks to Chef, her lips quivering and her eyes filled with tears, and she wipes away some of the tears from her eyes and approaches Chef and just wraps her arms around him as much as she can in her own little bear hug. And she says, there, Chef. What heavy burdens you must have carried all this time. I can't imagine holding all that in. And she'll just squeeze him a little bit and just stay there with him for a few moments. And then she'll pull away from him and but stay close. And she'll say, I am so honored to have been the one that you chose to share this with. I am so thankful to have gotten more insight into who you are and what you've gone through, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for you as a person. And truly, I am so glad, selfishly, that you are not in that village. And I am so glad that you're here with all of us now. You are a wonderful friend and the strongest warrior I have ever had the pleasure of meeting.
Chef will go to wiping the tears off and laughing and saying, I think you'd be disappointed if you met the warriors of our tribe. Not exactly something to compare me to, yeah? But but I will try. I am the last of my people, but if their memory does end up dying with me, it will be soaked in the blood of whoever did this. And I am glad that despite us all being trapped together, that we at least are not alone. I will keep you safe, Irene. You deserve to see the sunlight again.
I will keep you safe as well, Chef. And speaking to the memory of your village, I hope to hear more stories, perhaps even more pleasant ones in the future of your village and your people. And that way I may also carry the great legend of Chef and his wonderful people.
Chef smiles and says, pleasant tales that, aside from battles won by the warriors, there really isn't much in terms of happiness from that village, at least from my side, but whatever tales I can dredge up, know that they will belong to you as well, Irene, and for hopefully any of the rest of us who care to listen. Thank you. Really. I'm glad it was you that I met here.
Likewise, Chef. Now it's been a long day, and you've been through quite a bit. And as happy as I am to see you cooking in this kitchen, and please take all the time that you need, but I do hope that at some point you will get some well deserved rest tonight.
Yes, that would do me good, wouldn't it? I
Mm-mm.
mean, I did get plenty of rest on the floor as I'm sure you've all noticed, but
Hmm.
I don't know.
True.
I don't know how I will find sleep after what happened today, but I will try all the same, at least to keep you at ease, yes?
I'd be glad to hear it. And I think at that moment, Irene might hear someone come in from the other side of the kitchen, perhaps, um, and she might peer over to see who it is, and she sees Calm there, and then she kind of her eyes dart from Calm to Chef, and back to Calm, and then she says, "Well, I should probably take my leave now, but it's been a true pleasure, my friend." And she squeezes Chef's hand once more before taking her leave and giving a polite and curt nod to Calm as she passes by.
Chef, amused, but not at all embarrassed at the prospect of Calm overhearing, says, "Of course. Good night, my friend." And as she goes to leave, Chef turns his attention to Calm. "So, my friend, it is no drink, but I feel like it has been long overdue for you to have a taste of my craft, yes? Please, have yourself a bite of Chef's buns. You will not be disappointed."
Calm, as gracious as she is, walks over and accepts the meal, mostly because she is starving, and it does smell really good. So, um, she takes the bun in her hand, but before she eats it, she speaks and to him, uh, "I didn't hear anything you didn't want me to hear."
Chef smiles and says, "Ah, of course, of course. Please, savor it. Or don't. I mean, it's not like this is the last time you'll be tasting my cooking, yes?"
Absolutely not. I'd make sure of that. And then she takes the bun. She's never really had anything like this. She's had bread before, of course, but like meat was a decadent thing for her. So she eats it. She's quite happy. Like she clearly enjoys it, but she doesn't have the time to savor it. Kind of scarfs it down, like she hadn't eaten anything in a while. This isn't true.
Chef laughs and says, "Hey, now, that bun is not running away. Don't worry, I've cooked it plenty."
It's just how I'm used to eating.
Chef regards her for a moment and says, "Well, that is more than plenty to go around. Please, do help yourself. I'm I can't remember the last time we've all had a decent."
I can't remember the last time I've had a decent meal. There's a little longing. Kind of looks past. Chef trying to look for more buns.
Chef, realizing the half-starved cat in front of him, is just slightly amused and says, "Please let me lead the way." And as he takes Calm into the kitchen to the absolute bounty of buns that he's prepared, no doubt half in hunger, the other half in complete in need of his own form of therapy. He leads him to the little treasure trove of buns just waiting to be passed around to any who wishes to partake.
There's an almost glint in her eye. She's presented with so much food, but she does know, unfortunately, that this is not for uh just for her. She's only takes two, which probably is a lot already, considering what the size these ones already are, but she's a growing lady and she needs it.
Chef will smile at this and then gather a small plate of buns, see who else is in need of nourishment, and says, "Ah, but you'd have a good night now, Colin. Please, if you need anything else, do let your friend Chef know. I won't be far."
uh, stops him for a moment. But, uh, I had to stop looking at the Discord. Stops him for a moment, just a paw at his shoulder.
Oh,
Uh,
is something the matter, my friend?
I know I can be a bit of a recluse. Uh, Let me join you in spreading the meals out for everybody.
Chef regards her for a minute. Huh. This is quite out of character for you, my friend. But I will take you up on this offer, but do let me know if there is something on. Yes?
I never keep anything in, Jeff.
All right. I'll believe you on that. Come, my friend. I'll need plenty of hands for this one, yes?
She just walks beside him now. We're ready to wait on everybody.
All right. Chef leads Calm up the stairs to find Rayfield and Oksana, as they are more than having their fair share of hunger, he's sure.
Yeah. Rayfield will just about be getting done in his room. He dressed down. He put his royal blue vest over for the battle and has since taken it off and is back down to his a little bit puffy white undershirt and just his pants. And he'll be heading down to the first floor. Whether he runs into Chef, he makes it.
Where's Oksana?
I don't know. I guess in Irina and Ismark's room?
Oh, did you walk in there?
Yeah.
Sure, let's have you in there. You walk in, and you see Ismark standing at a window. You may be found some way away and off the bed. Irina is so exhausted, tired, and asleep, and you can only measure that by the fact that Ismark should share that same should share that same tiredness. Ismark stares out the window. He hears the door, And he'll look back at you over his bandaged arm, his bandaged shoulder, and he'll turn back and look out the window again.
My lord, I'm sorry to intrude, but I thought you both might need some food and drink for the night. Is there anything else I can bring you?
Are you hurt?
Not as badly as others. I'll be fine.
Please. Come by the fire.
She'll set the tray down and just go stand, still kind of wringing her hands, uncomfortable and intruding on their space, but
He's like, obviously he's not wearing a short. He's wearing trousers, but, you know, with the bandages and all, you see that there's, you know, still blood seeping through. And he stands and he's putting the weight of his body onto the windowsill as he looks outside. You see just the rain hitting the window, and you can see where he's staring off to. And you see that he's staring at the castle that hangs above the town.
if I can ask, who was the man on the horse? You seem to know each other, but he clearly is not a friend.
That man is... his name is Rahadin. He is the Chamberlain of this dreaded castle. He's Strahd's right-hand man. Second in command, and who has been in charge for the last 100 years, since before Strahd's awakening. He's always been a cruel man, a cruel elf. My father's told me stories of him, and my great-grandfather there, and my grandfather then. Stories that my great-grandfather even told. That man slaughtered his entire family line. Now he stands alone with nearly no betters other than the man that he calls master. You see him like get his fist together and he like slams at the windowsill. If I can't stand to him, how can I stand to Strahd?
I won't claim to know what you all have lived through here, but I'm sure you're not the only ones who are struggling under his thumb. I'm sure just as people here are willing to help you, there are others who would rally as well, that you might not have to stand alone.
But I do. I have to. And he'll walk over to you. You know what they call me. You've heard it. Right, Oksana?
Have. And
And
I
here-
know
He'll just like interrupt you.
what it is.
And he'll say, and here I am. Lesser. More and more every day, and now I can't just walk it off. He'll get on a knee in front of you and put his he'll put his head to your knee, and he'll say, "But you're not from here, and your friends aren't either. Or the new adventurers aren't either. And you don't have to stay here. You can escape this land. And I ask you," and he'll scramble to grab your hand and pull it towards him. "I beg you to save my sister from my fate. 'Cause she too is not from here." He'll look over at her, and then he'll look back at you, and you just see like the fire in his eyes. There's a town. It's called Vallaki. It's not in as dire straits as we are. And they could have more of a military. They will be tormented, and there won't be a castle above them to make it feel all that much worse. Perhaps you could take her there. Take her from all of this.
If she's willing to come with us, I would be happy to. I struggle to think to leave you here alone, though. I know you have a sense of duty and a responsibility to the people here that they may not understand the weight of. But to isolate yourself and punish yourself for this, I don't think that serves them or you or your sister.
I'd be right behind you. I need to do what I can here before. But you would have to take her sooner than later. After we bury our father. You could tell how strong-willed she is. She'll fight me for it. But I'll need it done all the same. I can't lose her. I could lose an arm. Hell, I could lose the other. But you remind me of a version of her that wasn't tainted by this cruel realm. Somehow I can still see the pain. You must know what it is to run. To want to.
I have known the desire to, but I never have. And I think rather than saying that, and it's not a condescending way or to malign what he's asking Irina to do, more in shame to have the instinct and not be able to follow through.
And he'll say a deep from his chest, you can see him say, I see you. In a small time, I think you have the will to. You just haven't. You just haven't been. I don't know. He looks around at the floor and all, and he says, "You just haven't been allowed to feel that." I don't want to order you to take her, which is why I'm just begging to let you make the choice to at least encourage the others to help.
I'll take her with us, with the understanding that you'll follow her.
Of course. I'd be 2 days behind at most.
Can I insight check him and see if he truly intends to actually leave or he's just sending us off?
Yeah.
It's a 24.
You can tell that he's unsure with his decision as to whether he will be there or not. You can tell that there's almost more that he wish he could tell you, but for now, almost as though hopefully that's just enough.
Okay, you will find us in Vallaki after you've done what you need to here. But you should be the one to speak to Irina. I don't think I can force her to do anything she's not intending to do herself.
Of course. And he'll take your hand and say, "Thank you. Thank you." And he'll give a kiss at the knuckles and then kind of put the back of your palm to his forehead. He would have rather have hugged you, potentially. But unless he can't. And he'll stand and say, "Now, sorry to throw this all on you. Thank you for the food. I need to rest now. Sometimes my body moves. He goes, anyways. Good night, Oksana."
She won't say anything, but she'll help him to the side of the bed and just quietly leave the room, closing the door behind her.
Wonderful. That'll end that. And the food. You smell the food. All the way downstairs.
I'll go to find the others.
I'm sorry. Was Chef bringing up the food?
I believe he was, just to offer another dog. Still hungry, and to get one in Rayfield, of course.
Mm. Awesome. Okay. So I don't know if you guys wanted to get your little group together because you guys wanted to sit down somewhere, right? Maybe that's what you guys wanted to do.
Yes, I was gonna say, Rayfield and Irene were trying to get everybody in the dining room originally.
Perfect. You'll see.
Sounds like a plan, man.
You'll see. Perfect. Chef and Cobb, you'll see Oksana. Rayfield potentially already out of your bedroom.
Yes. Are they still coming upstairs, or what's going on there?
I think Chef will offer a bun, and then say, so I suppose we need to get together now, don't we?
Yes. I asked Irene to perhaps ask you and Miss Oksana to meet in the dining room. Perhaps we can all meet down there to eat instead of up here.
Sounds a great plan as any. I will meet you all down there. Come, if you will.
She gets kind of caught off guard now because she's like halfway through a bun. And she's like, she just kind of walks off. Okay. I just drew a blank immediately.
Chef will walk at a slightly slower pace to let her catch up before going over to the hall.
Yep.
Oksana will follow them down. Bright red!
Rayfield will just take a look at it, Oksana. At least she's looking more lively than she was earlier. But he's not going to ask any questions.
All right, go to the kitchen. Go to the dining room. Little freaks. Little freaks.
You just tell Chef to get back into the kitchen, because he will.
That's crazy.
His happy place.
All right. Do we have time for conversation, or are we calling it?
And maybe we should leave that for text RP. Smile.
You know, it's only a week. It's only a week. So if some people want to do that, then feel free. Don't feel pressure to do it because we only have a week. Like last week kicked my ass. So I totally understand if you want to just save stuff for in person, guys. But if you want to do some text RP or you want to eventually respond to it or something like that, let's just, obviously we can't, all of us can't. All right, I'm going to say for myself, I can't fucking text RP every week. I can't do it. But if you guys can, that's awesome. If you guys can't, you guys can table something like that to then RP instead if you would like to later on. But I do think that this is a good place. You guys are sitting around. There are buns here. Chef's famous buns. And you guys are Yeah, sitting here about to eat and indulge after a really long night. I think that's a safe place to call it for now. Any text RP,
As-
I would want to make sure it's mutual and that people have the time to do it, just because we have a week available, right, before the next game. Is that correct? I believe that's correct. We
yeah.
have a week before the
Yeah.
next game. So
I would say. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I would say that if it was going to be anywhere, then let's leave it here inside the table, because I gave a lot of time out of this, so let's probably, leave it at the table, and just check in with the other person, be like, hey, I wanted to text RP this, and then if they're down and cool, let's rock it. Please do it, and so that way I can make a thread for you, but just make sure people have the time to do it. It's just we got a week, so that's all. Other than that, what an awesome session.
That
Woo!
was
Jesus.
insane.
Oh yeah, that was
Also,
I almost
great.
cried more than
All
once.
popped off.
real quick, before we start sucking each other off, before we get off the topic
Too
of
late. Too
the
late.
text RP, call me crazy, because you guys know how much I love the text RP. I feel like whatever conversation is going to be had at this table would do really well for a voice thing, and I worry if any one person does not feel either comfortable or does not want to. This is a strange moment to be left out of just because they don't want to text RP.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm crazy. That's just how I was looking at it.
No,
No,
I
that's
felt
fair.
like I think like the table should be definitely be left up to voice. However, as like I guess a compromise, how do we feel about saving like the text RP section for like a hypothetical, like after we like all start going to bed kind of thing, where like if anyone wants to stop each other and like whatever we can. Does that sound cool or not?
Yeah.
Thinking.
Or
Judo,
like
how do
it
you?
was kind of time was wiggly as different people were talking in different places, because obviously we can't do it at the same time.
It all works out.
So if someone didn't get a chance to talk to someone before next step conversation, we could do that too.
Yeah, and so so we can do something like that, right? So yeah, how about we do it like that? Then you know what, you bring up a good point, Chris. I'd rather have the whole table there and just do RPing like in game at the table, because I feel like it's a big moment for everybody. So I don't want anybody to be
I think this is the first time they'll all be like
left to
like
their
at
devices,
the table together. Yeah.
So that's good. You bring up a really good point. So then I'll say, to Erica's point too, time was kind of fucky, just people moving around and stuff like that. But we have a good general idea, But people were moving around the house. So, if you guys want to RP in those moments, then do that. Just make sure you check in with the person. Make sure that you check in with me. And then ask me like, hey, we were thinking about doing anything between this time and this time, you know what I mean? When this person was leaving here and I was doing that. Just because I need it to make sense in my head. Okay, guys? And I'm so sorry. I need it to. And then I'll make the thread if I'm, and that's the approval. I approve it. Go ahead. Go stupid.
Sounds good.
Go down.
Ooh.
So that sounds cool. Awesome.
I'm gonna need a written up scene between Oksana and Ismark. Thank you, please and thank you.
I love him.
If you guys could do that all week, so I
I
could
love
read
a
that,
one-armed
that'd
man. That part, that's easy over text. So you have time to fucking think. Anyway, I'm flustered.
No, because you guys.
I know.
You guys cook crazy. Via text RP, so there's no way I could keep up with NPCs. There's no way.
Judah, you're
Hey,
about to get. You can get
I'm
hella
the
romantic
weakest text
with it.
RP. Yeah, we can.
I-
With our powers combined, we'll be one Chris.
We are
I
Captain
cannot
Planet.
do it. I can only, and I think I'm half-assed at it, but I can only ever do voice stuff. Like I just.
That's fair. I'll just call you. Be
Judah,
Ismark
your
for like a
voice
half
stuff
hour.
is fucking
It's
good.
Oh, thank you.
Listen, what you guys should do, you guys should record for like an hour long just between the two of them, and then post it,
Podcast.
and then fucking post it.
That's funny.
Jesus. All right, but now we can get to the dick suckery. Everybody was fucking awesome tonight.
That was wild.
This
He's
I
such a yapper. It's crazy.
this might have been my favorite session so far.
No, it was.
Because you got to cry. Because Rayfield cried like 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big cry
yeah,
baby.
absolutely. And let me tell you, I've never like almost like, God, you have to go to a place to like
Yeah, D&D
character
tears are
cry.
fun.
I've never like had the experience of trying to like do that before, but it fits so well, and it was like, fuck, you really feel it. It is not like fake, or at least not 100%.
Nah, that was so good. Oh my
Also-
god.
Also, let me
being
say,
able to modal. Oh my god, I felt
That
so
was
bad.
wild.
I was like,
That was
"Ah,
dude, I
I'm sorry."
I saw that coming from a mile away. I
I'm
just needed to know.
I said, I'm sorry.
I've-
I just needed. I know. I'm sorry. I needed to get
Nah,
you to watch
nah,
the
that
end.
shit went out. That shit went so hard. I'm glad it. did.
No, it was so good. You were so good, dude. I was like, fuck. This
dude,
guy
Chef's
rocks.
line when he was like, I know this isn't real because
was
my
so good.
master, like hard ass that he was, would never be like a cruel man in this way. Fucking banger.
So good.
Absolute fucking banger.
That was awesome.
Moto might be our best vocal role player, I think.
Yeah.
No, don't
He's the
say
goat.
that. My
He's
voice
my
fucking
goat.
sucks.
He's my goat. That was like. messing
Yeah,
me.
Modal gets MVP of the session. I
He's
think.
he's definitely in the conversation, if not the winner.
No, you guys are all amazing though. But I just like every time.
Also, let
you guys have a moment, I'm like,
Sorry.
fuck, these guys are so cool.
me say, you playing Irene tonight. Oh my god, it was fucking beautiful. All of it was so awesome.
So y'all are married now? Are you married? Is that what just happened?
That's great. That's a married woman, Erica.
Hold on.
That's a
Hold
married
on
woman.
there.
Slow down, cowboy.
You okay? I love it. Y'all have known each other for less than 24 hours, and it's great. We love
That's
the
been a
trauma
traumatic.
bonding.
That's been a traumatic fucking 24.
No, it's so
It's
good.
been
It
more,
act-
it's been more than 24 now, to be fair.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been
like
like 30.
48
It's been like
hours.
36. Yeah.
My favorite is we woke up, had the worst
Listen, you're
half
kissing.
hour of our lives, and now we're like, we should go to bed again.
Listen, you're
It was
You-
not a half hour. That shit-
American. You have no room to talk. You've already moved on to kissing.
I
With
didn't
your-
do
with your boy.
anything. I didn't kiss.
Okay, that
She
was a
definitely
guy.
wasn't saying
that
I-
was a guy
she
I
wasn't-
literally,
sat at my chair and had a little heart attack. I didn't do anything.
literally a guy on wounded knee.
He's so hot, bro. Bruh. How could you do this to me?
Actually, Judo, you're the one. Less than
You're gonna
24
kill
him,
hours,
aren't
and
you?
you're out here making.
Hey, I've been
kissing
here a
noises.
day. I've already been here a day.
He's asking to
Oh,
see
so-
And
his
if you live in a
sister.
small town, you don't meet a lot of new people.
Oh, so 24 hours is the.
when
is
you
the-
when
nice.
when you started saying like, I see a version of my sister that hasn't been in pain, I'm like, no, I've been sister zone. No, no, don't see your sister.
Kind of freaky. Now that you put it in that light.
All
he's
right,
like,
common chef,
Wait,
fuck
what?
off.
Yeah, it's crazy.
what are you talking about?
I
They're
love
friends.
Common Chef. I
Smile.
love Common
Yeah.
Chef. Oh my god, I love him.
Yeah,
I-
somehow
literally-
Rayfield Urinate the most normal relationship going
Wait,
on
wait,
here right
Literally,
now.
golden retriever
When
and black
Aaron
cat.
goes, when Aaron
Somehow
goes
the least weird.
They're just friends. What are you talking
when
about?
Aaron is like, oh, I see Common Chef, and she's like, I'm gonna give them
Homies
time.
hold
I was
hands.
like, yes, Irene gets it. Yes, Irene gets it.
That's a girl's girl.
Listen,
You know
I'm
what? I'm gonna be
I'll
so
st-
honest with you. I did not get that read. I
She
was just
fucks
like,
with my angle. She fucks with it.
I'm
the
still thinking
body.
about session 3 where Judo was hard pushing the brother and sister angle
Dude,
for Chef
First
and
of
Tom.
all,
you,
we've all-
you did that. You
Fir-
did that.
First
You
of all,
literally did that.
first of all, you know what I mean? What do they do in any episode of Friends? You know what I mean?
What are we
What are
talking
you
about?
talking about?
What
They're
are we
homies, they're like brothers, they're like
Bro,
sisters.
I'm 24. I've never seen that show in my life.
You know what I mean?
You've
I
seen
watch-
Friends. Shut the fuck up.
I watched like Ben 10, bro.
Okay. How's middle school
God, you know, I
going?
forgot. You probably you lived in a household that probably had cable all the time, so you didn't have to watch the satellite channels.
I watched
It's fine.
regular
It's
shows.
whatever.
I watch Adventure Time.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
You weren't
thank you,
woken
Ewan,
up at
for-
6 a.m. by Oprah
No.
Winfrey.
Thank you, Ewan, for
No, I
enabling
fucked-
that. That
I
was
fucked with
amazing.
MacGyver growing up.
Thank you for enabling the bear claw situation. To
Hell
dream
yeah.
I'm not enabling anything. People,
Yeah,
people are
yeah,
misreading.
what is the situation there? Let's talk about that. What is the
I'm
situation?
not sure.
We
I
don't
don't
know. Like, I have to
I don't know
see.
what this situation is. All I know
Will-
is
will
Bear Claw
they?
is now reality in my eyes.
Will they, won't they?
I mean, it's
Damn.
the perfect pairing.
Wait, that's
Someone
actually
with
crazy.
food insecurity and someone who really likes cooking.
Yasmin, when she heard Modus just say that, Yasmin fell to her knees. She's fucking devastated.
Ewan, are you actually drawing them?
Yeah.
Oh, you're amazing. I need that.
Yeah, you have some
I need that.
stuff to do this session. You have a lot of scenes to choose from.
That's awesome. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You can't, I'm kind of sad. We didn't get the Rene because that's fucked up. You guys gotta commit.
Listen, they're gonna spend the night together.
Listen,
It could be a role play after next
Listen,
session.
listen. Our characters.
I was reading chat and I was like, I cannot right now. What Judo saying one kiss, please? Sure.
What? I asked.
Judo,
nicely.
you personally ruined it, Judo. How could
Did I
you?
ruin
God
it?
damn it,
How-
Judo.
Did I ruin
How,
it?
how
No,
could
you didn't.
no,
you didn't
no.
ruin it. You didn't ruin it.
Oh,
But I
shut
was
up.
just, I was
It-
kind
it-
of
it's-
flabbergasted.
It's kind of like when you're gonna go do the dishes and then your mom's like, "Can you go do the dishes?" Like, "Fuck, I don't want to do it anymore."
Actually, that exactly.
That was nice.
No, I don't want to do that.
It's like, "Fuck, my mom's
Okay,
telling me
with
to. I don't
slow
want to
burn
anymore."
now.
One
Yeah.
kiss, please.
Now we're
Oh my
slowing it down
God.
even farther. We're not like
Y'all didn't
Oksana
kiss.
over here just
Y'all-
handing it out.
Y'all didn't kiss, so I
Rude.
had to do it. Y'all didn't kiss, so I was like, "Fuck it, someone kiss it tonight."
Are we just gonna glaze over the beautiful, wholesome conversation between Chef and Irene? Like, hello,
I love
that was
that.
so beautiful.
I
It was
love them.
fucking amazing.
That was such a banger. Are you kidding? I loved that. That
So
almost made
good.
me cry. That, was a
so
good one.
good.
That was good.
That was so good. Yeah.
We got like
Oh my
almost
God.
every combination of characters tonight.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, we needed Rayfield and Oksana to hit a groove.
Yeah, you gotta go to
yeah.
cry to.
Maybe,
all
but it
You're gonna
was-
cry to every woman in the party.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was like,
Yes, sir.
I was telling
Yes,
Chris,
sir.
I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, I can't do it. I can't do
No,
it for
literally,
you.
I had the heartfelt emotional scene with Irene, had the heartfelt emotional scene with Calm, and then I click my character to go upstairs and I see Oksana standing there, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't know if I got a third
Thanks, gee, thanks.
Bro, I had just come off.
I see
Alright,
how it
I don't
is.
have to. I
Alright,
don't have to
alright.
say anything to you. I have nothing to
It's
say
real.
to you.
So okay, so Irene is a village.
Yep.
Calm is a house. Am I like a doghouse? What piece of furniture am I?
You're
Ooh.
like on the
Choose a
outskirts, I
good one.
think.
Damn.
I still, I do resent you instead of like girl or
Who's you?
person. You said
Cat?
cat, by the way.
That was
What does that
wild.
mean?
She's a kitty cat.
Oh,
I feel so
what a
bad
simple-
about how I've treated you.
what a simple
Microaggression,
answer.
microaggression. I'm
Bro,
so
he
sorry.
didn't say it. That was in his head. That was in his head.
What a
What
simple
was
answer.
it?
She's a kitty
He
cat.
didn't say it out loud. He's just He just thinks about it like that. It's fucked up.
And he should be allowed to.
This is gonna be a
Judo,
wild
Judo,
session
don't
to
fucking-
listen through.
Judo, don't defend me on this. Judo.
I want to.
Look, to
I
be
like
fair,
it.
you did say. Look, to be fair, he did say he was a racist with you. So that is a conversation
Hold
we
on, that
had.
was taken out of context. The context
Yeah.
it's just me saying that I'm a
Wait, wait.
racist.
Guys, I was racist out of context. Come on now.
You guys put
I
me in
only
a
kept
situation-
calling the tabaxi a cat in my head. Okay, I didn't say it out loud, so it's okay.
I'm gonna pass by and I'm gonna be like,
How about that raw? How about that raw hitting guy?
That's how. Like,
That
Yeah,
was spooky. He was scary.
I'm gonna catch. Never mind.
Rahadin was fucking imposing, but of
That-
course,
That was awesome.
Did you guys
Well
think
done,
it was
Judo.
Strahd at first?
I did.
Yeah, I did, and you saw
I
me
th-
pog, and then I got played.
I thought the Pog meant it was Strahd.
I thought so too. So really, who baited us was
Fucking
Erica.
Erica.
I'm sorry.
No, but it was perfect because God, as a party, what do we even have left for resources? I think we are out of spell slots. Chef action surged and
Second
did
winded.
the second wind.
And took
Wrote-
a hit.
Yeah, I'm out of my my healing like once per time spell, and on like 3 hit points. I think Irene is also tapped as well with her channel divinity, like tapped.
Yeah, I had cantrips and a single sorcery point that I can't spend on anything.
Chef
they all
got 2
cost more
bad
than
heads.
that.
We got this.
No, it was perfect. I love being in those situations like the party is spent and then the big thing comes. And it's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, I got. What did I have?
I think rolling a 20 on
15 hit points and a dream.
that sanity check was, and then instantly counterbalance because it's.
God, I was praying that he would roll low because I really wanted to have him get like a fucked up like insane moment like that. And the fact that it was a 1, perfect.
A 1 to comms 20.
It is interesting because I would assume Rayfield hasn't experienced any real suffering or like witnessed people suffering.
No, like I was saying, that there's a reason why he threw up after the end of that last battle. Is he is wholly out of his depth here and is sort of before Irene sort of snapped him out of it. He was going a little fucking catatonic there.
You can join Doxana in her mind palace.
Yeah.
Welcome to the happy place.
That was awesome, by the way, Erica. Well done. I love when people freak out in like non-standard ways and just shutting down and going into like almost like caretaker mode or like the royalty filter.
Mhm.
Fucking beautiful.
That was very cool. That was very cool. You guys did all. You guys.
I
did
like
great.
that Calm is kind of the queen of just not giving a shit, but I also want a moment where she reacts to something like that.
Yeah,
I want to
it
see
took.
her tail get poofy.
I need to see her wag her tail.
You guys are fucking microaggressive.
there.
Like, you guys are
We'll
the
get there.
racist.
You guys are the real racist.
That was great. That was beautiful. You guys played it all very well. Very sad with the Burgomaster, obviously, and Irene. And man, what a fucked up family. What a terrible family. But
Damn, you
Yeah,
really wanted to
and-
think that she was dead.
And Mr. New Burgomaster asking us to take his sister along with
Yeah,
us.
that's gonna be
Very
Oksana.
interesting.
So confident has to pitch this to the party.
that's
What's her
awesome.
charisma?
My charisma is good, but
Oh
I
yes,
like her.
sorcerer. Right, you're
She's
right.
a sorcerer.
being
that-
pretty and being good at talking are different things.
That's true. That's why I'm not a fan of some of the classes having like charisma be their casting stat. What if I want to play a paladin that's a loser? It's hard, especially for
No,
me.
it is not. Trust me. Trust me, it is
Okay.
not.
Fuck off.
Trust me, it is not.
Judo played a paladin in the first game we played together, and he was great. He's so fucking stupid. Like, locked in an open room, starved to death in a grocery store, stupid, and it was beautiful.
Yeah,
That's right. That's
it was
heat.
awesome.
That's heat.
It was just a golden retriever dummy, but
Just a good boy.
he's a good guy.
Crazy.
Anyways,
And
Awesome.
I got to manipulate him for 2 whole sessions before the DM quit.
yeah.
I'd be pissed off personally.
Yeah,
I
especially
I-
literally
Oh,
made
I was.
Judo start DMing. So
Oh, I was. Oh, I was so pissed.
He
I
was-
said, "Fuck it."
he was turbo mad.
I said, "Fuck it. Give me the book."
Fine,
Alright.
I'll do it myself.
So, all right. Hey.
Literally like, hey, should I send the DM a hateful message? Just kidding, I already did.
Fuck it,
alright,
get-
I'm gonna do that to you, Judo,
yeah.
for microaggressing at Calm, for joining in.
All right. Thanks for the game, guys. Love playing with y'all. We're set up for next Sunday already, I believe. So then, perfect.
Why don't we
And
just
then-
have another session tomorrow? Fuck it.
I can't.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you guys can call, if you
But,
guys
yeah,
could like call
if
in
you
a
guys-
bonfire at my job, I'll be.
If you guys,
Tomorrow-
if you guys could clear your night every night for the next like year, that'd be awesome.
Tomorrow's my funeral for my other game that I shut down. So.
I was-
Alright.
Holy shit! When you said funeral, I was like, bro.
Oh, no.
Is- You're
I
an
was like,
idiot.
I was like, bro, what did I just conjure up?
You are so dumb.
I
I
don't
didn't
think
realize
you-
what that was gonna sound like.
Who, Erica?
You.
Who? Not me. Kind of
Tomorrow
me, but not in
is
this-
my
not in this
funeral, and you panicked.
What?
No, because he said it was a funeral or something.
No,
Not
I said
his
my.
It's the
funeral.
funeral, not his funeral.
I thought I said my.
All right,
funeral.
well,
There you go.
he said my. I hear Judo because I pay attention to our dungeon master.
You know what?
I pay attention to
I
our
have a
dungeon
re-
master, Eric.
I have a